Evening all. Hopefully you can hear me. Say something if you can. Actually, I will just check so you might get some feedback. I'm still wrestling with OBS, ready for inappropriate characters, which should be on this Sunday. So you may have that to look forward to. Characters. Okay, yep, that works. Who's all there? Night at the Rose. Hello. You can hear me. Good, good. Right, let's get drinking then. You can't hear me. Check your volume, because I just checked it on mine, and it's fine. You wouldn't be fucking with me now, would you? Well, I can, so I'll drink for both of us. Let's start in wussy fashion with some rum and coke, and then dispose of some old horrible whiskey that I haven't really been in the mood for a very long time. Not the decent whiskey, that gets saved. That's grand. I know it's Captain Morgan and that's the cheap stuff, but the black spiced is actually really nice. It's kind of almost kind of like a burnt caramel sort of flavour. What problem, Jack? And aren't you meant to be playing a game? Right, so yeah, I very rarely get drunk, and I kind of wanted to, but drinking alone is no fun. So here we all are. Am I loud enough? Can you hear me well enough for that? Let's check the properties on the thing. Nope, that's right. Should all be good. And damn your typos, damn their eyes. So I don't know what to talk about this evening. I can thrash over the same old topics from the gaming world. I suppose the things that people have been blathering about on Twitter today. Speaking of which, I should probably have that open. I mean, there's the Zoe Quinn news, such as it is. There's the continuing fallout from this Consent in RPGs book. Lost a friend today, a very old friend, former business partner, and so on, over that. It strikes me as massively petty. And I was saying, look, there are objections that aren't, far-right, conservative, neo-Nazi or whatever. There are creative reasons and there are practical reasons why this is a bad idea, but what can you do? I guess I'll look at my Ask FM, can answer some stuff off there live rather than doing it elsewhere, and check the news, I suppose. I just talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. It's just really to have some company and chill out and stuff. Should have thought to put some music in the background to help cover the silences, but yeah, I can talk. I can talk and talk and talk. Yeah, it's a stupid reason to lose a friend, right? Especially someone who's known you for years. Part of friendship for me is being able to disagree and discuss with people and try to see the other side, the other point of view. And I can see their side of things and their point of view, but there's no effort on anyone's part to understand or see where I'm coming from. There's just assumptions. Like the assumption that because it's about consent, it must therefore be good. But what can you do? Can't live your life scared all the time. Right, let's have a look on Ask FM. If you want to drop any questions anonymously, you can do so at my Ask FM. I think it's just Ask FM Grim Jim. No, it's Grimachu. Ask.fm/Grimachu. So if you want to drop in any bullshit there, go ahead. It's more than just gaming. It's the culture of gaming, and we're both in the business, right? So it's a widening divergence in philosophy of gaming, which kind of started, I think, with the sort of indie OSR split sort of thing back in the day, and it just seems to have gotten worse and worse. I see games as entertainment and as art, and entertainment it includes difficult things like horror, right? Or entertainment could include porn or thrillers or police procedurals or whatever. You know, when you know the genre and you know the kind of age bracket that it's aimed at, that's really all you need, and anything else strays into the form of spoilers. And I don't like homogenized, dumbed down, easy stuff. That might be a kind of creator-player dichotomy, I suppose. When you get into design and so on, you often get these arty-farty ideas that don't necessarily jibe with what other people want from games, because you're so immersed in it. You always want something new, you always want something different, you always want something better. And I'm sure there are people that don't want that, but I do, and there should be room for people like me as well, right? Let's see, Ask FM questions. What is the furthest place from home you've visited? That would probably be Portland, Oregon, which is where my worst half is from. Yeah, I don't travel well. Don't like travelling at all, particularly if it involves planes and security checks and passports and tickets and all kinds of complications and all kinds of ways that it can go wrong, and where if it does go wrong you don't have the option to do anything about it, you know, and things that are expensive. So anything that involves a plane I don't really like, which is why I didn't go as well, and why I'm home alone and drinking amongst other reasons. So yeah, furthest I've been from home would be Portland, Oregon, which from Britain is quite a long way. Furthest the other way I've gone is the very south of France. Will I be watching Downton Abbey the movie? No. No, I will not. What's your YouTube channel? Well, I'm assuming anyone watching me is gonna know that, so that one can go. Knight says, I would tend to agree with you. In my humble opinion, part of the problem with this consent thing is that it seems to eliminate the possibility of saying to someone, hey, maybe this game isn't for you. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's optional, right? But I know it isn't. Conventions are adopting these things as policies, which means that everyone at the convention has to go along with it. That's not optional, that's not choice. And when a company like Monte Cook Games starts putting this in their games, and when other companies start putting it in their game books, it becomes a kind of base level expectation of any player that they can just fuck over the entire game at the drop of a hat. Hang on, I have a hat. At the drop of a hat, right? I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's good. And giving one person the power to dick over a game for everyone else at the table, you know, aren't you supposed to be considerate of others? And aren't these people who tend to think in collective ways? What about everyone else's fun? Shouldn't that be a concern? And there's a social contract when you sit down at the table. There's give and take, right? The games master does stuff, the other players do stuff. Everyone's involved in having fun, which means some of the time you'll be doing something in the game that isn't fun for you, and other times you'll be doing something that isn't fun for somebody else. And that's, you know, we all sort of give and take, and we all get along. That should be it. But no. Paul Cooper says hello from America. Hello from England. Probably no longer the United Kingdom for much longer, unfortunately. Oy. Next question. What's your favourite poet to read on rainy days? I don't like many poets. I like Spike Milligan. 1,000 Hairy Savages sitting down to lunch. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Munch, munch, munch. And I like Lewis Carroll. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jub bird, and shun the frumious Bandersnatch. And I like John Cooper Clarke. To convey one's mood in 17 syllables is very difficult. There's a few others here and there, but basically I like comedy poets for the most part, or non-serious poets, and I've memorised a few here and there. I keep trying to memorise John Cooper Clarke's A Love Story in Reverse, but I always get in a muddle in the middle because it's just full of the most brilliant insults. Like a nightclub in the morning, you're the bitter end. Like a recently disinfected shithouse, you're clean around the bend. You give me the horrors too bad to be true. All of my tomorrows are lousy 'cause of you. You put the cunt in Scunthorpe, you put the pain in Spain. Happy days are done for, and you're the one I blame. You're like a dose of scabies, I've got you under my skin. You've got a dual personality, I hate both of them. And it goes on and on, it's just brilliant. There's different versions though. That's the version from 10 Years in an Open Neck Shirt. Night Doris says, hello from Canada. Greetings, Commonwealther. Glorious Kanakistan. Knight says, my personal experience with these tools, is that the people or the or the book, is that they don't work properly even when people try to use them. Yeah. Or they get used in ways that the people who created the tools don't expect, but which I have and do and have been right about. Unfortunately, I seem to have something of a Cassandra-like talent for reading how things are actually going to work in practice, but nobody ever listens to me, which is why it's Cassandra-like. Insomniac says it's technically optional, but if enough people insist on it being adopted in every single game they're in, it becomes pretty much compulsory. Yeah. And you just know that university game clubs are going to insist on this, and you know that more and more conventions are going to insist on this. I know it's a bad example for some people because they've drunk the Kool-Aid, but what happened at UK Games Expo was the result of this sort of thing. Right? They have these policies, versions thereof, implemented at the con, and a guy went in, put an age limit on his game, told everyone it was going to be horror, told everyone it was going to be adult content, told everyone that exactly it was going to be the kind of laddish humour, the kind of thing you see in the In-Betweeners. He's kind of notorious for mashing up genres. So from what I can see, he did everything right. Okay, and then there was one scene which subjectively could be interpreted to mean that people's characters were raped. They never asked him if that's what had happened, and none of it happened on screen. And it is a horror game. All the players were 18 plus. All the characters were 18 plus. Not that should be an issue. But then they kicked up a stink on Twitter, and that's it. He's cancelled as far as that con's concerned. All right. But the story that's going round is that there were children players, that they were playing children, and that they were graphically anally raped, live and in detail in the scene. It's not what happened. It's not what fucking happened. And yet people are forced to react so quickly, and they completely ride roughshod over any process of taking care of anyone or making sure that this actually happened. And that's it. You have a victim. It's not the only one, not the first, won't be the last. But nobody listens. Knight says, so we adopted something like this in the Canadian Camarilla, something like the X card. People attempted to use it to avoid having their character whacked when they did stupid things. Back when I was in the cam, which is, God, so long ago now, 2005 I think I left, 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. I think it was around Christmas that I left, because I just had enough of the bureaucracy and the bullshit. They wear you down after a while. People fail upwards, and the people least suited to be storytellers and coordinators and so on always gravitated to those positions. And the people that would have been good at that didn't want to do it, which is why they would have been good for it. But that's the way it goes. But we just had fade to black. But all that meant was whatever happened wasn't described. So, okay, our characters take you into the back room and we're going to murderize you. Okay, I don't want to play through the whole thing. Just fine, whatever. And I don't want the graphic description and the distress. Let's just fade to black. My character's dead, or whatever. And that was fine. But that's not good enough anymore, it seems. Knight says, another example was a tabletop game that used X cards and lines veils. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that's being enforced at conventions. Complained about feeling unsafe during the game, but they never once used the tools. Yeah. The tools are more like an excuse to grandstand and say, hey, look at me afterwards. Unfortunately. I'm sure there are some instances where they'd actually be useful to somebody. I can't say I've seen one. Or one that they've been used. Rather, they seem to be used to ambush the games master or to disrupt play, just like you said. Let's see, next Ask FM question. Is castration a suitable punishment for a proven rapist? What's your view and opinion? I don't think any punishment for any crime should be permanent. Unless you count life imprisonment as permanent. Because we can never be absolutely sure, and when you've done something to someone like that, you can't take it back if you got the wrong guy. And a lot of people who've been on death row over the last few decades have been exonerated by genetic evidence. Incidentally, this is part of the reason I think people need to really start going through these rape kits, because it's going to exonerate a lot of people and it's going to convict a lot of people. I don't know why the police just sit on these things so long. It just makes everything seem worse and makes them look complacent. But castrating someone is not something you can take back. Chemical castration wears off after a while, or at least some versions do, though there can be some lasting damage. So that might do it. But then some people argue that rape isn't about sex, it's about power. In which case, if you remove someone's sex drive, it wouldn't make any difference. It's tricky. It's a tricky one, but I would tend not to do anything permanent to someone because you may well have it wrong. How is everyone tonight anyway? Next question. Ever had a crush on someone? What a stupid question. Of course, everyone has had crushes on somebody. Next question. What was your last mark? I haven't been in school since... Look, I'm old. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? Or do they mean scars or anything? My last mark of that kind is that nasty burn I got on my oven the other day. And yeah, it's not healing very well, but then burns don't, do they? So, I don't know. I've been massaging stuff into it. So hopefully it'll get better. It's not tender or anything, it's just really livid. Even work assessments, I can't remember the last time I had one. The next question. Do you work better under stress? Under stress. That's not an easy question to answer, actually. Stress isn't good for me, but I can work under stress and I can get a lot done under stress. If I have a deadline or something, even if it's self-imposed, I tend to work myself like a dog to get it done. When I did the crowdfunding for Tales of Gore, that was meant to have been done like years before it was actually finished, and the entire hold-up was the artist, but a lot hung on that artist, Michael Manning, the fetish artist. So it wasn't like I could go anywhere else, and just one disaster after another happened with him. I can't go into details, it's his personal business. But that was a lot of stress, but there was nothing I could do about it. When I have stress, but I can do something about it, I work myself to the bone trying to sort it out, and it's stressful when I can't. So I can get a lot done under stress, I guess. That looks like someone fishing for personal data, so I'll skip that one. What do you miss but would like to have at your home? Friends. I lived quite a few years with friends of mine, so there was like gaming every other night and pretty much every weekend, and shared costs made living a lot easier. I mean, I don't think I could stand being around other people for that long anymore. But I do miss the easy access. Unfortunately, they all live like a town away, so I have to travel about 40 minutes by train to see any of my friends, which sucks ass, unfortunately. But what can you do, eh? What else we got here? What are you watching on Netflix at the moment? At the moment, I am watching Black Spot, or what's it called? Zone Blanche in French, I think. It's a Franco-Belgian thing. The dubbing's all right, but it's a bit jarring to have Americans saying French names and places and so on. And it's about this remote French town next to a forest, and there's logging and there's all kinds of shenanigans in the background, but there's a supernatural element in that the horned god Cernunnos seems to, or Cernunnos, however you pronounce it, who seems to be lurking in the woods, and occasionally he's killing people and resurrecting others, and there's all these vaguely supernatural animals and things around. And yeah, I just started watching the second season of that. That's pretty good. Oh, and the Dark Crystal series, which is actually really good. Well worth a watch. Though you just know it's going to end badly. You're all very quiet. Am I still transmitting? I hope so. Looks like I am. Do I like Miley Cyrus? No. In really any capacity. Well, I mean, that's unfair. I don't know her personally, but her public persona, I don't like. Would you be happy with "They lived, laughed, loved and left" being inscribed on your tombstone, or is that kind of cheesy? I would love to have what Spike Milligan wanted, which was "I told you I was ill," which eventually got inscribed on it in Gaelic, I think, but not in English. But that's what he wanted. You would think a dying man's wish would be served. But maybe "get off me" in very small writing. If I can afford it, I'm going to be frozen. Otherwise, I'm probably going to be burned. So there's probably not going to be much of a mark that I was ever here. I'm going to be dead. Who cares? Hi, Daniel. How you doing? Good, I hope. To what extent do you think it's acceptable for employers to take their employees' mistakes out of their wages? Wetherspoons is one of the many who still do this. So Wetherspoons is run by that arch Brexiteer twat chops. God knows how he can run a business. He barely seems able to stand up half the time. There's two sides to this. You've got employers that take the piss, trying to save money by punishing their employees for being late or dropping glasses or whatever it might be. And then there are employees that take the piss by turning up late or stealing food or whatever. So it's acceptable up to a point, but eventually it gets stupid. Ideally, the kind of losses from mistakes and broken glasses and so on should already be factored into the costs of running the business. So it's not really fair to take the money away from the employees. But that's just my opinion. And if he doesn't calculate that in, he's a mug. What is your opinion of love? Is it permissible for them to do what they want, or are there red lines they shouldn't skip? I don't think English is this person's native language. Love is fine and all. It's not the be-all and end-all. There's got to be more than love, more than sex. I think anything is permissible provided you're honest with each other. Pretty much. Consent matters in that instance because it's not a horror film or something. What position is the most comfortable position for you to fall asleep in? On my side, facing to the left, with the cat about here. That's the most comfortable position, especially if he's purring. What can you endlessly stare at? A nice booty. Are cats or dogs smarter? Cats are smarter, dogs follow orders. That's the difference. Dogs are smart enough to follow orders. Cats are smart enough to know that they don't want to follow orders. Put it that way. That's them exhausted. Anything you guys want to talk about? Or you want me to talk about? Guess I can talk about the Zoe Quinn thing. God damn. That woman, how does she keep getting these opportunities that she doesn't deserve? Right? She's a hack. She's at least influenced the death of someone. Right? And we live in a cancel culture where people get cancelled for far less than, driving someone to suicide. She may not have been all of it. He had long-term personality problems and so on, but I don't think this can have helped, can it? Right? Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Knight. She got hired by DC to write something for Batman or Superman. I can't remember exactly what. Not much of a DC fan, to be fair. How does she keep getting these opportunities? She's not good. She's absconded, basically, with people's money and not finished projects. She could at least put out what she has got together for a game project or whatever. I wouldn't be able to carry on in that instance. I mean, I was just talking about how tough it was when it came to the Tales of Gore game, when it got so behind. That really fucked up with my head, because I really wanted to get it out there for people, but I wouldn't. Bad choice of words, perhaps, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was her, and I'd fucked up so badly on multiple occasions. Her supposed Gamergate book was rubbish. There was nothing really in it about Gamergate. It was all just, this is the thing that happened to me. Nothing was backed up. It was just one long anecdote, and the few kind of facts that she gave were wrong. If you watch Mundane Matt, he talked about that recently. And she keeps being given these opportunities because I guess lots of people only know her as the victim of Gamergate. And so it's a quick win and a quick bit of publicity to use her for something. Plus, you get the reaction from all the ex-Gamergate people, which gives you free publicity. So, it's not helping talking about it. There are so many people more deserving. And it's really depressing that people like her keep getting these opportunities. It just doesn't deserve them at all. Makes you wonder why you bother being a good person, right? It's very costly to be a good person. And yeah, she absolutely uses what's happened to her or what has allegedly happened to her to do things. But then, of course, all these direct messages and so on from Alec Aloka's account have now come out and show a pattern of abusive and using behaviour from her, which goes all the way back to the Zoe posts and the fact that he was doing what people say you should do, right? Which is to warn each other of someone who could be potentially abusive. If the genders had been reversed, none of this would have happened. Yeah. Fuck me rigid. Yeah, it does make me wonder why. Bother having convictions and ethics and sticking to them when people like that just get away with shit constantly. That's fucking wrong. Right, I have here some Finnish liquor, salmiakki, which tastes like licorice only a lot stronger. If we can get 10 people watching, I'll do a shot of it. Alright? So work your magic. Let's see what's in the news, shall we? I'm sure plenty more will happen by Monday. Let's bring up my news pages. Oh, see, David Cameron stuck his neck out. Let's have a look at that in a sec. Hi, Jens. Let's talk about gatekeepers. She gets a lot of backup from popular people, press, and so on. Yeah, let's talk about gatekeeping in a sec. I'm just going to call up some stories, then we'll talk about that, and then I'll do stories when things go quiet. Oh, good Lord. It's all kicking off. But we'll get to that. Did I hear that PewDiePie withdrew his $50,000? Is it dollars or pounds or euros? A large sum of money that he was going to donate to the ADL. Whilst wearing a top with a design that looked like an iron cross, but probably wasn't, but still wasn't very tactful. It's the Georgia cross, and even if it were the Iron Cross is not a Nazi symbol. It's a German symbol, but it's not the Nazi cross. Anyway, it's a shirt that he's worn before. He probably should have thought about it, but probably didn't, because it doesn't mean anything to him. But yeah, he did withdraw his donation, which was probably at the behest of advertisers to try and clean up his image a little anyway. So Jack says, yeah, I know, but other people don't know that, and that's the tactless bit. Tactless kind of implies that it's done on purpose. I think he's just didn't think about it. You'd think he'd have some staff around that might say something. Or he could be trolling. Who knows? Uh-oh. Looks like I've got another adpocalypse coming. Do you hear about all the firings over at Kickstarter because they're trying to unionize? So the bottom might fall out of that. Makes me glad I usually use Indiegogo. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds funny. That'll make me angry. That should be entertaining. All right. Evening, Ben. How you diddling? Not inebriated enough yet. I'm still on the rum and cokes and not onto the whiskey yet. So yeah, but I'm planning to hang out most of the evening. So there is time. If we get one more person watching, I will do a shot of salmiakki, which is a Finnish licorice liqueur thing, but stronger than normal licorice. It's an acquired taste, shall we say. It's gatekeeping. That was one thing you wanted to talk about. The irony for me in all these gatekeeping conversations is that the people who are gatekeeping are usually the ones accusing other people of gatekeeping, And they're gatekeeping on the basis of politics and, well, not even politics necessarily, just failure to agree 100% with them on the detail of every single social belief that they have. And so they're the ones cancelling people and keeping people out of gaming, while blaming anyone that resists them even slightly, or says, hey, who cares, let's just game together, calling them gatekeepers, which is as wrong. Plain old greed? I don't know. Is it plain old greed? Who knows? The ADL is a little bit shifty, isn't it? I mean, they do some good work, but they don't seem to care about the collateral damage that they cause, and they're not exactly friends of free speech. I think you have to take the rough with the smooth in these things. So the PewDiePie thing, it basically felt like he was being extorted because, it seems like advertisers want him to rehabilitate his image. And even though all the accusations and so on are completely spurious, if he can throw money at the problem, if he can throw 50,000 quid or whatever it is at a charity, a group, an organisation, I don't know that actually it's going to make any difference. I don't think people would lay off him. But it's so obviously and transparently a way to do that. I guess the money's going to go somewhere else, so hopefully you can find a charity or something that's worthwhile. Hi Emma, how you doing? As we're all responsible adults, I don't think we should be encouraging you to drink the demon liquor. I say it's an acquired taste. I'm not sure whether I've acquired it yet. That's the only thing. It's not encouragement exactly. It's me being entertaining, I suppose. So yeah, looking at the news. Oh, red wine. Worse. So looking at the news, David Cameron has slunk out from whatever rock he's been hiding under, to lay into the right-wing side of the Conservative Party that's taken over at the moment, saying that Johnson and Gove have behaved appallingly, and to say that a second referendum shouldn't be ruled out. I would agree. Given all the traitor rhetoric and all the rest of it, I don't think Parliament doing anything is particularly the best idea either way. I think the only way we can unpick this situation is with another referendum. A clean, binding second referendum on defined and actual terms of what's actually on offer, which looks like it's no deal or remain, quite honestly. But then we got Johnson's now been accused of lying to the Queen. It's just a kind of weird that's a law. Philip, does my bum look big in this? No, dear. To the tower. It seems stupid that that's a crime. But there you go. I guess it's actually serious because it's not the Queen, it's the Crown, and that's kind of like this abstracted idea of the power and sovereignty of the British Parliament and all that jazz. But this prorogation is not normal. I mean, prorogation is a normal process, but what he's doing and what he's using it for is not. They fought it in the Scottish courts because it's easier, and the English High Court, they don't like to rock the boat, even when they should. So that's, Yeah. I mean, I don't know how helpful it is for Cameron to stick his oar in at this point, and he has been. But then Tony Blair's been sticking his oar in for quite some time. I don't hate Blair quite as much as a lot of people do. I mean, he did give us a Labour government for quite a while, even if he had to practically gut all the Labour policies to do so, to make them electable. But at least it was a government that had the decency to give you a reach around while they were fucking you up the ass. So I don't hate him quite as much as some people. Jen says, von der Leyen is the head of the EU now. You should be glad to be on your way out. Well, look, I don't like Bojo. I'm not going to get my way all the time with who leads my country or the European Union or any other group. But I accept that democracy sometimes goes against me, and that would include in the EU. I don't accept the result of the referendum because there was illegality, lies, data misuse, which in any normal circumstance would mean that the result was overturned and you had a second campaign and a second vote. And that's what does happen in by-elections and so on if there's insufficient corruption. And the High Court agrees with me. The only reason the result wasn't overturned is two technicalities. One, they didn't bring the suit within the amount of time that is allotted to challenge the result of a vote, but they couldn't have because the illegality didn't come to light until, over 3 months after? Which incidentally also demolishes the argument that, it was in the manifestos. And the second technicality is that because it's an advisory vote and doesn't have any force in law, there's not seen to be any reason to overturn it, even though it's been treated like it's binding. You have to laugh or you cry. It's so fucking stupid, the whole thing. And like I say, the High Court doesn't like to rock the boat, even when they should. So. Ben says, hypothetical choice, 20 guaranteed years with Cameron back as Emperor and no Brexit. Would you take it? Yes, because in the long term that is going to be worth it. And he's more of a one nation Tory. I can kind of live with that. I've had to live with lots of bad Tories. I'm one of Thatcher's children. I've seen the worst. He's not the worst. Jen says she wasn't voted for, meaning the head of the commission. Okay, this is a misunderstanding. The European Commission is the executive, so that's the equivalent of the British cabinet, right? And the president of the commission is roughly equivalent to a prime minister. Not really, not quite as powerful. Members of the Commission are chosen by the elected heads of the various national governments. So they each place a commissioner in. From amongst the Commission's own... So, there's democratic accountability there because you voted for the government that appoints the commissioner. From amongst their number, the Commission chooses a president. That president and all the commissioners are subject to approval by their home nations, which are elected democratically, and to the European Parliament, which can deny the presidency, the commissioners, and so on. And the European Parliament is directly democratically accountable. Okay? So that's more accountability than we have in the UK for our cabinet. They're just appointed. Parliament can't say, and Parliament can't say to a prime ministerial appointment. They can hold a vote of no confidence, but that's something different. The other thing to consider is that the European Parliament is returned on, usually, versions of proportional representation. It is in the UK. Not the best form of PR, but a form of PR. So that's already more democratically accountable and more representative than our home system. So it's if you're making the argument that the EU is undemocratic, and you live somewhere like Norway, Sweden, Finland, somewhere like that does have a much more democratically representative system, then Okay, yeah, you're right. The EU has a democratic deficit. If, however, you're arguing from the UK that the EU is undemocratic, you're arguing from a position within a monarchy with a House of Lords, which has lifelong peers, hereditary peers, has bishops. Okay, uses first past the post, which is not remotely democratically representative or particularly accountable. Then you don't have a leg to stand on. Sorry. Daniel says, is JC anti or pro-Brexit? I'm assuming you mean Jeremy Corbyn and not Jesus Christ. I think Corbyn is pro-Brexit, but he wants it from a left-wing perspective. The trouble with the EU is that it's a kind of Schrodinger's EU, right? So, if you're on the left, and you're someone like Jeremy Corbyn, you look at the EU, and you see a globalist, corporate, exploitative structure of neoliberalism, and you say, "Ooh, I don't like that, I want to get rid of it." If you're on the right, on the other hand, and you look at the EU, you see an internationalist socialist project that is stifling business and innovation, and it doesn't matter that neither of these is true, or there's a little bit of truth in both sides. So everyone sees what they hate in the EU. It's not particularly helpful. But what can you do? But I think he's realised that he's hemorrhaging support to the Liberal Democrats, because the more Blairite wing of the party, the more, it's all in relative terms, yeah, but the right wing of the Labour Party, or the more liberal left, libertarian left aspect of the Labour Party, wants to stay in Europe. And that the support of the more old-fashioned hard left isn't enough to win elections. So at the moment, he's kind of hedging backwards and forwards. But the trouble is, that's losing support from both sides. Something's got to give. But it gives me hope that someone like Tom Watson is pretty consistent. Is it Emily Thornberry? She the fat one with the short hair? Can't remember. She's fairly consistent on this. That they need to at least go for another referendum or whatever. I think their current policy is that they will, if they win any election that happens, and it's going to happen sooner or later, if they win whatever election comes up, they're going to try and negotiate a new deal, right? They get the best deal that they can find, and then they'll go back to the country. But then they'll campaign against their own deal. That seems crazy, right? But they're going to try and get the best possible deal that they can get with Europe, but no deal is as good as remaining, so it makes sense. But then JC and the hardcore left of the Labour Party think the EU is this corporatist, neoliberal project, which it isn't really. Well, it kind of is. There's aspects of it that are, but there's other aspects that he should back. And the thing is, for the kind of wholesale change that Corbyn wants to create in British society, which would be the biggest change since the advent of the NHS, basically, he's going to need us to be prosperous. And if we want to be prosperous, we need to stay in the EU. I could go on for hours about Brexit, and do, and will. Emma says, I can understand why Cameron gambled on the referendum the way he did. He'd already won on the alternative vote and Scottish devolution votes, so probably thought it was on a roll. Yeah, probably. The alternative vote thing, right? I'm for proportional representation. I think it's a far more representative system. And I hate that our system is so unrepresentative of the people's will, even though I know it would mean extremists and like UKIP and Brexit Party people in Parliament, which our current system shuts out. But the point of democracy is to be representative, right? There's other problems, okay? I acknowledge that, but basically that's the point. But a lot of the other people who were pro-PR voted against the alternative vote, even though it was slightly better, because they didn't want the alternative vote. They wanted proportional representation. Unfortunately, the vote on AV has quashed any hope of getting electoral reform in this country for at least another 10 years, probably, because people think there's no appetite for it, even though I think Brexit has shown that there are huge problems with the with the way the UK is run and the way that our politics works, and it needs root and branch reform. But yeah, what can you do? Jens talks some more about stuff, but I kind of went over that. Emma says, bear in mind Corbyn isn't a typical politician. His beliefs verge more on Masonic religious perspective than the usual politicians. By which I mean an almost zealot-like belief that he is right in the one true way variety. Yeah, I agree. Look, I am very, very left-wing. But I'm also very, very libertarian. And he's much more of an authoritarian left type. So I'm not happy with him. The other thing about AV, while I remember, that ticks me off, is that the Liberal Democrats basically gambled absolutely everything to get that vote and then lost it. Right? They went into coalition with the Conservatives, which has gutted them until today, when they've made a big comeback due to their Brexit stance and their consistency. But they gambled absolutely everything on that, and they were made to look terrible, and they went back on a lot of their promises about tuition fees and so on. And it's given the Corbynistas a pretty powerful whip hand to spank them with ever since. Which is unfair, because they did blunt a lot of the worst of the Tory austerity and everything else. It was kept quiet. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, they gambled everything to get us electoral reform. We rebuked it. People are dumb. That's the problem with the world. People are stupid. There's 14 people watching. I said 10, and I would do a shot of salmiakki. Right. Salmiakki is a Finnish licorice, right? It's really strong, really kind of chemical tasting, and it kind of tastes like cough syrup, dialed up to 11. Let me just look it up quickly and tell you some more about it. Okay. So salmiakki is a variety of licorice flavoured with the ingredient salmiak salt, sal ammoniac, ammonium chloride. It's ammonia. It's a common confectionery found in the Nordic countries because they eat things that are hideous, like sharks soaked in piss, things like that. It's also found in northern Germany and Benelux. It gives it a salty, astringent chemical taste. Similar to tannins, which you'll also find in whiskey and tea and wine. Which is weird because tea and wine make me vomit, but salmiakki doesn't. So it's bitter and astringent and licoricey. Okay. Here's why it tastes like cough medicine. Sal ammoniac, ammonium chloride, has a history of being used as a cough medicine, as it works as an expectorant. Finnish author Jukka Anala speculate that salty licorice has its origins in pharmacy stores that manufactured their own cough medicine. Where and when ammonium chloride and licorice were first combined to produce salty licorice is unclear, but by the 1930s it was produced in Finland, Norway, Denmark, Sweden and the Netherlands as a pastil. So there you go. This has been sat there a while, so I'm just going to make sure it's... I've run out of... not laudanum, because you can't get that, but I've run out of the green stuff. Begins with an A. Absinthe. I've run out of absinthe. Otherwise, I would happily promise to do a shot of that. Okay. This is bigger than a normal shot glass, but I've filled it about 2/3 of the way. It is really strong. It's really strong. I did get sent a load of salmiakki licorice to eat, and some rye crisps, which are really popular in Finland as well for some reason. It's nice. It's easier to eat in nommable form. Do you want me to just gulp it, or do you want me to taste it first? I have had this before, but it's been a while. Anyone? Bueller? It's really cough medicine-y. If you've ever had dandelion and burdock, right, it's kind of like that, but a lot stronger. Where's Jeff Holiday? He's got Finnish heritage. Get him to get some. Alright, a sip first. That is really strong, because the alcohol's in it. It goes right up your nose. 32% by volume. Okay, so spirits are usually about 40%, but... Alright, here we go. I did say if we got to 10 people watching. Fucking hell. Oh. Yeah, there's a definite cough medicine vibe to that. Oh, I didn't quite get it all. Yeah, got to live up to what you expect of me. Oh, fuck me rigid. Oh. Yeah, cough medicine. I've only had much smaller amounts before. That's pretty strong. I can't taste anything but licorice. Okay, that's going to take a while to go away. It's not actually that bad, though. But I like dandelion and burdock, and I like root beer, which is the other thing it's kind of slightly reminiscent of. But it's definitely more cough medicine-y. I wonder if there's any similarities with dandelion and burdock. What gives that its flavour? Dandelion and burdock was originally a type of light mead, but over the years has evolved into the carbonated soft drink commercially available today. Traditionally it was made from fermented dandelion and burdock roots, hence the name. These days they use like essence and stuff. Same history as root beer and sarsaparilla. Doesn't really say particularly what the chemicals are in it. I wonder if there's ammonia derivatives in it. That would explain why it would have the similar flavour. So there you go. It's not hideous, it's just very strong. Very, very strong. You know, the other thing it makes me think of? Fisherman's Friends. You know, the cough sweets, the lozenges? It's not like those. Right, let's catch up on your comments while I wait for this flavour to go away. Knight says, it's interesting you talk about that. In our last general election here in Canada, the Liberals ran saying this will be the last election under first past the post. And I take it hasn't changed. He goes on to say most people vote for them because they want change, like I do. The problem is when the party asked people what they aren't. Don't know, I think that's a typo. Mixed member PR, it wasn't what the party wanted. Okay, asked people what they wanted. Mixed member proportional representation, it wasn't what the party wanted. They wanted alternate votes, so they just broke the promise. But there you go. It caused some major issues. I'm sure it did. I'm old, right? Remember this. Before Labour stormed the polls in 1997, they were becoming slowly proponents of proportional representation because they've been locked out of power for so long, you know? So at that point, PR becomes more appealing to people like Labour. The moment they got power and they got a decent majority under first past the post, they didn't mention it anymore. That idea of fairness and representation just went out the window because they'd won under first past the post, and that tends to give you a clear majority. Whatever the last few years have shown us, overall that tends to be the case. So they were against it. From that point on, really pissed me off. The two things that Labour government did that really, really narked me were that... Oh, starting to get a bit wobbly, the Salmiaki's kicking in. Were that and the Iraq War. Otherwise, I think they did pretty well. I know, I'm a pussy, rum and coke. Yeah. But I did just down a whole shot of Salmiaki. Well, more than a shot. So, fuck you. I'd do St. Laudanum if it still existed. Okay, Emma? Do I have a decadent image? I'm actually pretty fucking uptight. I talk a good game, but I'm not really that radical in terms of social behaviour. I'm a libertine in theory, but not in practice, shall we say. Like the Marquis de Sade, shut away in his prison cell writing books about debauchery rather than actually engaging in it. It's all about the theory, not the practice. Absinthe. So absinthe has that same aniseedy flavour that turns up in the salmiakki, but it's much stronger in this. Absinthe, you get the alcohol taste much more, the kind of vodka-y carry through, and it's much more in your nose. This is much more in your throat, I think. Yeah, I'd say that's the difference. Ben says, at least you're covered if your immune system is compromised. Yes. If you've been paying attention to the channel, you'll know that I've been suffering from sinus headaches for some time. So hopefully that's helped. But I had to go to the doctors, and I had to see a specialist, and I had cameras shoved up my nasal passages, and I had not an MRI, CT scan. That's what I had, CT scan. And I had a whole battery of blood tests and all kinds of stuff, because I've been having these terrible headaches for a couple of years at this point. Been to the doctor several times, no joy. tried various things, steroid, nasal inhalers, all sorts of stuff. So they found I've got a bone spur in this side of my nose, and I've got a slightly deviated septum towards this side, but it shouldn't have been causing the problems. What came back after I went and saw the specialist again was I have a really, really powerful allergic reaction to dust mites, which I didn't used to have. It turns out if you have eczema or asthma or other conditions that relate to allergies when you're a kid, you're much more likely to develop sort of late in life onset allergies to other things. So my asthma, I had asthma when I was a kid. My lung capacity is for shit, basically. But that was related to mushroom spores. But because I've had that, apparently, as you get older, your immune system starts to fuck up. And, you know, I'm in my mid-40s now. I'm so fucking old. How did that happen? Where did the time go? Yeah, and so I've developed a massive allergy to dust mites, which is why I've bought these cute dust masks. Hooray for cosplay! They've meant I can look like a retard when I protect myself from dust. But yeah, so I've got special steroid inhalers, and I've got a nasal douche, which sounds like a UKIP prospective MP but isn't, and all kinds of other stuff, so I've got to deal with that. But yeah, my lung capacity is for shit, and my nose is for shit, and I have an allergy that I didn't even know I had. It's been giving me powerful sinus headaches for years. But I'm still getting them, but I was getting them 2 to 3 times a week, which, as you can imagine, is not good. But now I'm getting them far less often. I've had to make some lifestyle changes, clean the house more, that sort of thing. It eats time, but I think it's worth it. I feel better. A lot better. And I've been exercising. I lost 20 pounds or so, because that was one of the reasons they thought my breathing might be having issues. But losing the next 20 pounds, because I need to lose another 20, that's the trick. I know I don't look fat, but I have a bit of a spare tyre. But there you go. Emma says the phrase "it's not actually that bad" is the classic definition of damning with faint praise. What people really need to understand about the British is that we understate everything, right? You have to amplify any statement that we say. We never say what we mean. So, it's not that bad actually means it's fucking awful. Or, I quite like that means that's the most amazeballs thing ever. Okay? That's just how we work. Because showing too much emotion, one way or the other, it's just terribly un-British. Terribly, terribly un-British. Don't you know? Sorry it's taken me so long to catch up, but I am getting drunker and things are getting hazier. Hatterman Nielsen says, don't Fisherman's Friends actually have at least one version that's flavoured with ammonium chloride? Well, let's find out, shall we? Where's my mouse pointer gone? Oh, there you are. Okay. To Wikipedia. Fisherman's Friends Wikipedia. Do you know how I know when I'm drunk? Right? It's when my forehead starts to lose sensation. Yep. We're there. Fisherman's Friends. Ammonium chloride. Yep. Fisherman's Friends have ammonium chloride in them. So there you go. Fisherman's Friends, the closest thing you can get to salmiakki. That reminds me of something. Let me just check. because some people dissolve Fisherman's Friends in alcohol. Ah, here we are. Why do I know this? Answers on a postcard. Homemade Fisherman's Friends vodka. Okay, that's as close as you're going to get to salmiakki without importing from Finland. At least as far as the liqueur is concerned. Yeah. Okay. 1 bag of Fisherman's Friends to 700 milliliters of vodka, 2 to 3 tablespoons of sugar. Leave it until it's all dissolved, and basically you'll have the equivalent of that. Okay, it won't be quite as dark, it'll be more brown, but the taste will be close. So there you go. I knew I'd read that somewhere. Why do I know these things? Why do I know anything? I have so much useless knowledge, it's crazy. Hatmanan says, in theory is always better than practice. Yeah, you're probably right. Emma says, you do realise your constant drinking is making me pour more wine tonight. There should be a health and safety warning on this channel. I will bear it in mind. Is it constant drinking though? I don't know. I probably should pace myself. Fishermen are massive alcoholics, clearly, says Ben. Probably. It's a shit job, isn't it? It's cold, and it's wet, and it stinks. Not fun for anyone. But fish is delicious. So I'm by myself at the moment because my worse half is off in Florida doing whatever people do in Florida, which I think is Disney World. She keeps sending me pictures of food and stuff from Disney World. Went to Animal Kingdom today. Very jealous. Excuse me, I keep burping. Very jealous because she's had some absolutely delicious looking food. It's like mac and cheese with octopus in it. I like octopus. It's delicious. I feel bad about eating them because they're quite clever, but they are yummy. Squid aren't quite as intelligent, so maybe I should stick to eating squid, but still. Yeah, fish is delicious, but I'm supposed to be going to get fish and chips with me mum tomorrow because I'm all alone. My mum lives just across the way. Not very far away at all. It's good in some ways because, you know, you're close, you can look after your family and all the rest of it, but she does have a tendency to just come over and come in, which can be a bit of an imposition. I love her though. My mum is the nicest person in the world. She'll do anything for anyone. It's a bit of a pushover, so you have to be nice about it, but she's just great. My mum, she'll go out of her way for anybody, even if she doesn't particularly want to. I think I take after her in a lot of ways, certainly in looks. Everyone always knows that we're related. I don't know what I'd do without her. She really takes care of me. It's great. Emma says it's okay, the octopus would probably try and eat us if it could. Probably. You know, there's a theory that they're alien because their biology and physiology is so different compared to everything else on Earth. I think that's probably bollocks. But if anything was alien, it would be octopi. Ben says, applause for Jim's mum. Yes. Really, she is absolutely great. I don't know how to explain. You know, my grandmother was a very tough old bird, right? She would tend to bang on about the war and how she lived through it all. She was a teacher. There's a lot of teachers in my family. I considered becoming a teacher. And I think it would have been very fulfilling. But what put me off was the amount of paperwork and so on. But she was very tough. But she always went absolutely out of her way to help anybody that needed help. And my mum is exactly the same way. Yeah, when I used to have friends over for gaming, and back in the day, right, that could be 20 or 30 people. I'm not even kidding. My tabletop group grew to the extent that it was 20 or 30 people. And then we kind of transitioned to LARP, mostly because it was easy. But she'd feed everyone. She'd give people lifts. There's a woman in the village who is basically agoraphobic. Fear of being outdoors and of going very far. She helps her look after her cat and everything. People take advantage, but she is absolutely lovely, and I wouldn't trade her for the world. Ben says fishermen are massive alcoholics, but at least they have Farage looking out for them. Fishing has been this huge thing around Brexit, and I don't really know why, right? I understand and I sympathise with the fact that fishermen have had a lot of problems and that their business has been fucked over time and time again. And I wish that it wasn't. And I wish that they had an easier time of it, right? But fishing is less than 1% of the UK economy. I'm really getting drunk now. Fishing is less than 1% of the British economy, whereas services are a much larger percentage. I want to say 30%. I should probably check, right? Accuracy is important. Services are what percentage of the UK economy? I'm amazed I'm able to type, quite honestly. Oof. Services are 79% of the UK economy. That's financial and other services, right? And fishing, I remember it as less than 1%, but let's be sure. Fishing is what percent of the UK economy? Oof. Fishing is 0.1% of the UK's economy. I actually thought it was more, but it's 0.1%. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm sorry for the burping. I know people like Chris Ray Gunn do that and it's supposedly funny. That's not why I'm doing it. So why, if it's 0.1% as opposed to 79% of the UK economy, why are we so concerned about fishing? I understand. I know, right? It's difficult. I have a lot of sympathy for fishermen and so on. But when we're making these big decisions like Brexit, we have to consider the country as a whole, right? Even May's deal that she was offering did nothing for services. And that's so much of our economy. It's crazy. It's crazy as fuck. So why is everybody talking about fishing? I guess it's emotive. We see ourselves as this island nation, this naval nation. We see ourselves as fishermen and pirates and privateers and the navy and everything. And I guess that's why it's one of those totemic symbolic things. But in reality, it's this vanishingly small part of who we are as a nation. Symbols mean so much to people, much more than they probably should. But they do. Yet this is the paradox of being a rationalist about things, right? So being a rationalist, you want to be dispassionate and emotionless in your analysis and in your decisions on what you want to do. But as a rationalist, you have to understand and incorporate the things that people believe in. You have to, as a rationalist, you have to account for people's irrationality. Does that make sense? I don't know, I'm fucking drunk. But feelings matter, right? how people feel matters, and it influences their behavior. And so as a rationalist, you have to account for that. It's a kind of paradox of rationality. The whole Brexit thing, right? I know I bang on about it and people accuse me of being crazy about it, but my partner is an immigrant, not from the EU, but even so, I sympathise with all the people, all the couples, all the married couples that are undergoing a huge amount of stress due to all this. One of my oldest and dearest friends, though I haven't seen him for a very long time, because he had kids, basically. You know how that fucks up your friendships. But it's fine, because you know they're looking after their kids. Yeah, he's married to a French girl. And I see the pain that they're going through, and I see all these other couples and the pain that they're going through. So I got sent the Finnish salmiakki liqueur by someone who won the Zellart scholarship, a female friend of mine over there, and she wants to marry a Brit, and he wants to marry her, and they want to be together, but they've had to break off the engagement because they're both artists and writers. And so their income isn't regular, and they can't be together. So they've had to break off the engagement, the desire to be together, because they can't see a way forward in the case of Brexit. And it just absolutely breaks my fucking heart. It really does. Yeah, I'm seeing the personal impact of this. It's not some kind of abstract thing to me. It's visceral. I see the way that people are being hurt by it, and nobody cares, and that's hurtful again in and of itself. And I don't see what reasons there are that stand to reason that are left to continue to pursue this. And my antidepressants, the things that keep me alive, right? The things that stop me killing myself. My antidepressants are on the list of drugs that stand to be disrupted by this. So I'm trying to stockpile, I'm trying to ration myself because we don't know what's going on, right? And that's not even something physical that's a problem, like diabetes medicine, insulin injections. They're going to be affected by it. But no rational argument, no emotive argument, no logos, no pathos, no ethos seems to get through to people. It's an article of faith, and they don't seem to care about the people who are going to be hurt. And I always try to stay rational. I try to stay detached from things. But all of these people who I know personally who are being hurt, love that's being disrupted, people that want to be together that can't be together, people whose health is at risk, it's really hard to stay detached. Really hard to stay detached. It's drastically upsetting. I wish I could get through to people, and being dismissed is never easy either. Alright, let's go back to people's comments. Oh, someone was asking about anarchism. Oops. Clicked the wrong thing, moved everything around. Okay. Anarchism. There is no single form of anarchism. There are many different forms of anarchism. And it doesn't mean without leaders or without order. It just means that the order and the leaders are voluntary and temporal. So you will come together under someone to do something, then you will break apart again. It's all about voluntarism and cooperation. Well, left anarchism is about voluntarism and cooperation, and the fact that you consent to whatever power is exerted over you or however you work together. The way I describe my anarchism is that I want the greatest possible freedom for the greatest possible number of people. But ideology has to give way to pragmatism. So I recognize the fact that a lot of people aren't ready for that kind of possibility, that the way in which society is structured is not conducive to an anarchistic approach. That anarchism is probably contingent on a post-scarcity society. That is when technology or whatever else has meant that there is enough for everyone. That we no longer need to... Sorry, I've got really dry skin on my lower lip. That we no longer need to compete necessarily for resources, right? And then that opens up the possibility for us to cooperate more. And that's basically what anarchism is. Not no leaders, but leaders that we respect and that we choose and that we consent to. But pragmatism means that I pursue whatever means possible there are for the greatest freedom for the greatest number of people. And so that makes me a pragmatic socialist. Because socialism, which isn't Marxism, by the way, is the best method for providing the greatest amount of freedom for the greatest number of people. If everyone's guaranteed a basic level of having their needs met and so on, it allows them the freedom to pursue their own ends, their own goals and so on. So things like basic income, right? There's been various experiments with that. Again, Finland is one of them. They've shown that it tends to harbour people starting businesses and so on because they have that sense of security that enables them to try new things, to try new businesses, to strike out on their own, to take risks, right? And that pays off more often than it doesn't. And frankly, the way the world is changing, there aren't going to be jobs anymore. So we need to find new ways to define ourselves and to find value in our lives. I think that's going to come from craft and art and experiences, things like that. That's where I think it's going to come from. UK economy for 200, please. Sorry, I'm well behind on your comments. Green Fang says service sector lacks that glamour. I guess it does lack the glamour of fishing. But, you know, financial services and other services, that is where we make our money. That is where the UK economy is. So glamorous or not, you know, pragmatism has to trump anything else. Ben says, those same fishermen will remember this stream when a hungry Grim is offering them sexual favours this November in exchange for some salmon scraps. Yeah, when I'm eating cold rat with a comb out of a shoe, along with everyone else, post-Brexit. Not a word of a lie, we have stockpiled, just in case. We've got a big sack of rice. We've got a bunch of tinned beans and so on. We'd be fine for about 3 months if we rationed ourselves. I know it seems stupid, but this is really troublesome. Let's see. Hatmanen, is that how you say it? Am I getting it right? Wasn't it George Carlin who said that he considered symbols to be for the simple-minded? Yes, but, right, like, again, there's this paradox of rationalism, okay? Symbols are important to people. So as a rationalist, you have to account for the importance of symbols, the importance that they have for people. You have to keep that in mind. You have to keep people's emotions in mind, even while you're trying to be rational and emotionless and so on. It's like the titles of things. I mean, going right back earlier in the conversation here, this document that Monte Cook Games put out, that's called Consent in Gaming. I mean, everyone agrees that consent is a good thing, right? But this isn't really about that. But it's a symbol for that, whatever its content actually is. And that's where the problem lies. Bear Nav says, difficulty. Want to listen to stream, but not done listening and responding to today's video. Here's the solution. You listen to the stream, and you listen to me getting drunker and drunker and stupider. Excuse me. And then you respond to the other video later. Green Fang says, I think about half the population could live like that. Just work it out. No need for officials, etc. I think most people are down with the idea that don't fuck with me and I won't fuck with you, right? But there's those few people that aren't. And also about 1 in 100 people are psychopaths to one degree or another. And they tend to be the people who end up in charge of things because they're ruthless. So there's that to consider as well, right? You've got to account for those people, and a purely anarchistic society cannot deal with those people particularly well. And that's a problem. I see ideology as a guiding light, a guiding star or whatever, something that you're aiming for, but it has to give way to pragmatism. Bernaf says, I'm not sure that we aren't already in a post-scarcity society in the first world. Food and simple consumer goods are so cheap. If things were equitably spread out, we would be in a post-scarcity society, but they're not. So there's an artificial scarcity going on. Emma says, the first time I came across anarchism as a concept was reading the Jerry Cornelius books by Michael Moorcock. Pulp Fiction can teach as well as entertain. Yes, that's very true. Rather than reading Kropotkin or something, I would usually recommend that people read V for Vendetta. Don't watch the film, read the book. Because V states what anarchy is in a very highly digestible form. I think Alan Moore has a talent for a certain efficiency of language. Apparently his comic book scripts are full of details and so on of things that should be in the panels, but when it comes to the actual language, he's extremely efficient and extremely effective. Green Fang, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to move that around. Green Fang says, food prices going up here, but wages not. It's super easy to pay $100 for a week's basic groceries. Yeah. So the pound has rallied a bit lately because no deal Brexit seems less likely, at least in the eyes of the market. But the only reason that food prices and fuel prices and other things haven't gone up is the supermarkets are engaged in a price war at the moment. When that ends, people are going to feel the bite. And of course it's going to affect the poorest the worst, as it always does. Unfortunately. And yeah, I wish I wasn't compassionate. I wish I didn't care, but I do. Bernaf says we need new terms for things like socialism and whatnot. Your socialism definition didn't say anything about the collectivization, nationalization of industry. This is a personal bugbear of mine. All right, the term socialism has been co-opted by Marxists. Socialism predates Marxism, and it's based around a few suppositions, a few ideas that I've laboured over on the channel in the past, so I'm not going to do it again here. But things like equality before the law and stuff like that, things I think most people can agree on, to be fair. Ironically, the Marxists tried to take over and to co-opt the word socialism, and they described what they were doing as scientific socialism. and they described the earlier forms of socialism as can't remember. Utopian socialism. That's it, if I remember correctly. And the thing is, if they were being scientific, then their consistent failures over time would lead them to change what it is they think, what they do. Whereas the utopian socialists seem to have been borne out by the way things have changed in reality. But the trouble is, particularly when you're trying to discuss this stuff with Americans, if you mention socialism, they assume you mean Marxism, and they assume that by Marxism you mean totalitarianism. And it's also fucking tiring. I don't know what we can do. Welfare capitalism, that's what some people call it. Daniel says, will the trade unions accept automation and computerization as it will lead to job losses? That's actually a really interesting question. We've seen some people suggest that additional tax, if companies engage in automation, is the way to go. I don't know that it is. But mass automation of jobs that we don't think of as being things that can be automated, yeah, it's coming. And how do we deal with that? And I think the way we deal with that is ideally universal basic income. And I think we'll see a shift in society to value the what the Japanese call wabi-sabi, which is kind of the perfection of imperfection. So there'll be a premium on human-made things that have slight flaws or defects or variability, and that will exist alongside what the kind of automated industry creates, which will be very standardized and very cheap and so on. But we need to start tackling this issue now, because so many people garner their identity from what they do for a living. Yeah. And you won't be able to do that for much longer. Even people engaged in creative enterprises like I am, eventually we're going to be squeezed by automation and artificial intelligence and so on. So we need to start placing a premium on... I'm really quite drunk at this point. We need to start placing a premium on human input and human endeavour. And again, like I say, what the Japanese call wabi-sabi, which is the aesthetic quality of imperfection. And I do think that's where it's going to go. And if we do introduce UBI, then people are going to be free to pursue the things that they enjoy, even if it's not necessarily particularly profitable. At least that's the ideal case. But I think there are so many vested interests in carrying on the way we are that it's not going to go easy. I think it's UBI or the guillotine. And unfortunately, I suspect it's going to be the guillotine. Fucking hell. Ben says, good idea, I think, on the stockpiling. Why take any chances? The trouble is, right, stockpiling also creates shortages because people are panic buying or whatever. I mean, when I say stockpiling, what that means is I'm buying my medication up ahead of time and then I'm taking slightly less than I'm supposed to take most of the time, so I can build up a stock and a supply. From the Yellowhammer documents, I think it's going to be about 3 months that I need to account for. I need this stuff to live, basically, or I top myself. Yeah, I know that sounds crude and stupid, and I know I seem comedic and laughing and smiling and whatever, but you have to, or you'd cry. Basically, or I would, but one of the side effects of my drugs is that it's almost impossible for me to cry. It restricts lacrimation, which is a complex technical word for crying. But I've got to have enough to survive. And I don't even have a condition that is going to cause me physical problems. But even so, I'm stockpiling drugs. So, I don't know. It's a huge mess. And it's a mess of our own making. And I wish the goblins would come and take me away. I get paid in dollars, though, so at least on that front, I'm going to be okay. I can't scroll back to those comments. Sorry if I've missed anybody. Please restate your questions if I've missed anybody out. Bear says, we need to get a few bucko pounds together and get Grim, the well-known training simulation, We Happy Few. I was interested in that. I probably should stump up for it. Is the final version out yet? I don't know. But it struck me as the kind of thing that would interest me. I should play that. Green Fangs from America, but yeah, okay. Green Fang says they also don't want to acknowledge the service industry here because of lobbying to keep the labour undervalued. In developed kind of post-industrial economies, the service sector is probably the biggest one. Not just call centres, but financial services and social services and all kinds. But it's not very glamorous. Excuse me. I'm sorry I keep burping. But yeah, it's not glamorous. It doesn't attract attention. So I think that's why people ignore it. Ben says, some people like to screw with people. They end up on Twitter, I think. Probably accurate. Have I read Andrew Yang's book yet? No, I haven't. What I've been spending my time on is helping Rachel Haywire with her Transhumanist Party campaign. But she seems to agree with Yang quite a lot, and I think he's probably fairly up on the UBI stuff, but he feels kind of gimmicky, you know? And I don't know whether I should say anything, but I am drunk as fuck. So, the Transhumanist Party campaign. So Rachel Haywire is a friend of mine. She's been a model. She does industrial music. She's done all kinds of stuff. She's a transhumanist. So she's standing to be the presidential candidate for the American Transhumanist Party. Now look, nobody from the American Transhumanist Party has the remotest hope in hell of becoming president of the United States at all. The point of doing this is to create publicity and sympathy and interest in the whole transhumanist cause, right? And I think she's brilliant for that, which is why I'm helping her, why I'm making music videos for her, why I'm doing all this stuff for her. But there's that saying, is it Sayers' law? Sorry, I like to be accurate, so you'll excuse me if I look this up. Yeah, Sayers' law. In any dispute, the intensity of feeling is inversely proportional to the value of the issues at stake. All right, so the base quote that this is about academic politics, right? That the fighting is so vicious because the stakes are so small, right? And I probably shouldn't be saying this because the campaign's still ongoing, but from what I've seen of the American Transhumanist Party, it is incredibly fucking petty. Right? Rachel is undoubtedly the best candidate, right? She's artistic, she's gorgeous, she has interesting views on all sorts of things. She would attract a hell of a lot of publicity to the American Transhumanist Party. I wouldn't be backing her, I wouldn't be doing work for her for free if I didn't think that she was the best possible candidate. But the other candidates are all trying to play the same old game as any other politics, and they're engaging in all kinds of underhanded tactics and bullshit. And, well, you know me, if you watch this channel, I try to be even, and I try to be understanding, and I try to be calm as much as is possible, but god damn, they piss me off. It's crazy, right? This really doesn't matter that much. It's an opportunity to gather interest and so on for the American Transhumanist Party, and for the goal of transhumanism as a whole, which is to better humanity. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to hit the mic. And to expose these ideas to more people. But they all seem to be trying to play the same old game. You know, suits and respectable behaviour and all that kind of bullshit. And God, it's just so stupid and counterproductive. Right, they're even like buying up bot farms and things to vote for them and so on. It's just, I mean, it's very cyberpunk. It's very futurist, I guess. But it's just so stupid. But I'll tell you something though. I have never felt so fulfilled and appreciated as I have been working on her campaign. Right, I'm doing things that are artistic, that are meaningful. I'm not getting paid for them, unfortunately, but it means a lot to me. And it's fulfilling me in a way that writing gaming stuff used to. But the gaming community has become so toxic and so shitty of late. And all I get is shit. Yeah, I try to be a good person. I try to stick by my principles and so on, and all it gets me is shit. But working for Rachel has been absolutely fantastic, right? Even if I don't get paid, it's worth it. It's worth it. I feel so fulfilled, so artistically fulfilled, so intellectually fulfilled. And plus she's got me working on triggerwarning.us, which is a great site, which we're trying to bring back. It used to be a site back in the day that people would go and look at. Yeah, I get to be free, and I get to be creative, and I get to not worry about bullshit. And it's worth its weight in gold to me. I'm drunk enough now that I would pretty much answer any question you want to ask. So please do. If you want to do it anonymously, go to ask.fm/Grimachu. Ben says, some people like to screw with people. Yep, psychopaths end up on Twitter. I already went over that. UBI. I think UBI is the way we have to go if we want to maintain civilization, if we want to maintain any sort of stable society. And there have been various... Speak properly. There have been various experiments with UBI, and they've all been massive successes. I mean, not everyone has gone on to get a job or whatever, but it's opened up the possibility for people to start their own businesses, their own cottage industries and so on. And I really think that's the way we're going. People doing things that they enjoy, supported by UBI, and then making additional money off the back of their hobbies and things that they love to do, right? I think that's the brightest future we can hope for, with a premium placed on human-created things like and wabi-sabi, like I said, the idea of perfect imperfection. Too much saliva. Bear Naf says, Ari, socialism. Thanks for the clear up. Did the scientific socialists completely fail? I asked because kibutzes and zaibatsu could be said to be relatives of Marxist socialism. I would agree in regard to kibutzes. I would disagree in regard to zaibatsu. Zaibatsu are more like cartels, or price controls, that sort of thing. But kibbutzes are an example of a communistic setup that works. Did the scientific socialists completely fail? Okay, here's where it all goes wrong, right? So the Marxist definition of socialism is control over the means of production, right? Excuse me. That's not the sort of general idea of socialism. The socialism is its own ideology, which is different. I would suggest looking up the Palgrave Macmillan Dictionary of Political Thought, which will give you good definitions on this. It's written by a conservative, but he's fair. Okay? So that's where you want to look for your definitions. Did the scientific socialists completely fail? I don't think they completely failed. I think Marx's observations on capitalism, even though they're rooted in 19th century capitalism, are not completely without merit. There are aspects to his analysis of society which still have merit. The problem is that Marxists take that as scripture, and they seem to be unable to deal with the fact that they were wrong. Marxism, as opposed to socialism, always seems to go wrong at the same stage, and that's at the stage that Marxists call socialism, which is control over the means of production, which goes into the hands of the state, which basically means the state controls everything, right? But that makes it incredibly vulnerable to being controlled. So all it takes is one arsehole, and because everything is absolutely centralized, it's incredibly vulnerable to being taken over. And that's where it always seems to go wrong. And if they were truly scientific socialists, they would recognize that this is where it goes wrong, and they would start to make changes. Now, there are people who do try to advance Marxism and change it and mutate it and make it account for the 21st century rather than the 19th century, but they seem to be completely overridden. But it does always go wrong in the same place, that centralization of power. So I think we need to find alternatives to that. I'm too drunk to have this conversation properly. I wish I could. I really wish I could, but I don't think I can do it justice in the current state of mind that I'm in. Ben says, I think stockpiling modestly is okay. I wasn't assuming you'd gone full InfoWars with the bunker full of vacuum-sealed bacon and an AR-15. No, basically what I have is about 3 months' worth of tinned beans and various other things, and a couple of big heavy sacks of rice. Now, this isn't actually that much different to what we normally do. We normally buy up a good supply of stuff ahead of time because it's cheaper, right? It's just smart to buy a 10 or 20 kilo sack of rice from Wing Yip. If you're in the UK, right, order rice and so on from Wing Yip. It is an absolute bargain, and they have all kinds of wonderful stuff there. Instant noodles and so on that actually taste good. Things like that. So if you're in the UK, order from Wing Yip. Or if you live in Birmingham, just pop down there. It's like a big Oriental supermarket. Are you allowed to say Oriental? Fuck it. Oriental supermarket. The best value for money comes from getting broken rice. And it is what it says, but it will last you forever. At the moment, we've got a sack of glutinous rice that we ordered accidentally, and a sack of basmati rice which was on offer. You know, there's the big sacks, but rice will last you forever. and you can do all kinds of things with rice. We eat so much rice in this house, but it's good stuff. Canuck Saram says, thank you for your cogent, measured and polite videos about SJW nonsense in gaming. I wish more folks on conflicting sides of so many different issues would follow your example. Canuck, I appreciate the sentiment. I really appreciate the sentiment, because positive feedback is so fucking rare in this world, right? So I really absolutely do appreciate that. But it seems that no matter how much effort I go to explain why I believe the things I do, why I adopt the positions I do, it seems that no matter how much effort I put into that, some people don't listen, don't understand, are unwilling to listen, unwilling to understand, and it's incredibly frustrating for me. Yeah, as a creator, as a writer, as an artist, as a pretentious, self-aggrandizing prick, I find that most people don't give me that benefit of the doubt, don't listen to what I'm saying. But positive feedback is absolutely massively appreciated. So thank you very much. Especially today. I've lost an old friend today, and it's not bothering me as much as I thought it was going to, but it is bothering me more than I thought it was. But thank you so much. I wish people were fucking hell. I wish people were more appreciative and more vocal about being appreciative. Something I'm trying to do is to be more appreciative. I messaged Liana Kersner on her Patreon messages to let her know that I really appreciate what she does. I don't agree with her a lot of the time, but she's one of those people that has the conversation. She's well worth following, well worth watching, so go and subscribe to her. Bear Nav says, stockpiling is totally fine. I live/grew up on the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, land of hurricanes. Stockpiling is just what you do here. Everyone's some degree of survivalist. I remember when, weirdly, I made friends with a guy on the Western Isles of Scotland, which is about almost as far away from me as you can get, discounting Orkney, right? Excuse me, I'm really sorry about the burping. I don't think it's funny. But we went up there I used to go up there every summer, and we would spend the whole time gaming, mostly Cyberpunk at the time. But we went to a party at a girl's house there, and her family were Mormons, and apparently Mormons have to keep like 3 months of supplies. She was sexy as fuck. That was kind of interesting, but I do think it's worth having stuff, knowing that you can survive for a while. I don't think you have to be a paranoid dick to recognize that that's worthwhile. I really think it just gives you that extra sense of security to know that it's there. Whether it's from a religious requirement or whatever else. I think it's worthwhile. Okay, let me just open chat because it scrolled past. Greenfang says, let's rebuild a decent gaming community. What's frustrating for me, right, is that I understand and appreciate where a lot of these people are coming from, but there's no reciprocity. They're not willing to extend that same forgiveness and understanding to me, and it's incredibly frustrating because I'm not some reactionary, conservative, whatever. I'm coming at it from an entirely different position. but nobody listens, and they assume that you're one of those people. It's not fair. Daniel says, is the UK two-party system dying? We've had coalition governments for the last while, so I don't think you're wrong. I think there is a desire for better representation. I think there is a need for better representation. But the forces for the status quo are so strong, it's hard to see a path towards change. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't see anyone being willing to make that kind of level of fundamental change to the way in which we do things. Even though Boris Johnson and others are riding roughshod over every tradition that we have. The UK has basically an unwritten constitution, and a lot of it is held together with duct tape and rubber bands, by which I mean convention and tradition. And the current mob are riding roughshod over all of that. Because it's only tradition and convention that means things work the way that they do, right? And so if someone is willing to ignore that, there's nothing to stop them. Sorry for the noises. I need to oil my beard, believe it or not, because it feels a bit rough. But that just exposes the problem. So maybe there will be an appetite for change. If there's a silver lining to Brexit, I think it is the acknowledgement that things need to change. Whether that will actually manifest in anything, I don't know. I'm not particularly hopeful, but I tend to be a pessimist, right? Like I say, a pessimist can only ever have a nice surprise, because we're always expecting the worst, right? So when something good happens, it's a pleasant surprise. and why not? So expect the worst, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Let's see. Ben says, any questions? Prediction for Tyson Fury versus Otto Wallin tomorrow night. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm assuming it's boxing or something. I have no idea. Emma says, sadly, I suspect the future will be the mass population plugged into some realistic virtual reality simulation in place of jobs. Possibly, but I think human nature is perverse. So I think the perfection of the virtual will end up annoying people. Isn't there a line in The Matrix where they say, we tried to make it paradise, but people rejected it? I think people will want the visceral and the real more as time goes on. That's why I talk about the wabi-sabi thing, right? I think human creations, human industry will accumulate a premium value. You know, we'll be able to get all kinds of kind of generic goods, cheap as chips, but then I think the human created things will acquire a prestige and a mystique. That's my prediction anyway. I might be wrong. I'm often wrong. You're not going to find me claiming that I can predict the future or whatever someone like Styx Hexenhammer does. Yeah, I'm as likely to be wrong as anybody, and anyone who tells you that they're some kind of visionary is probably trying to sell you something. But yeah. Bear Naf says, regarding UBI, socialised necessities produce interesting results even without covering more than medical insurance. Being able to survive on a side hustle and I don't know what that means, as responsible for good YouTube. Okay, you kind of lost me at the end there. But if you provide for people's basics, If you guarantee people's basics, they're more willing to take risks, and that's how you get innovation, and that's how you get progress. Sorry. Judd says, people don't go deep anymore, Grim. That's not on you. That's true. People are quite surface level. I saw a therapist who specialised in male psychology and men's issues for about 18 months, bit over 18 months. And his observation was always that I look at things from a kind of second order or third order thinking. So first order is the kind of visceral emotional reaction that you have to things, and then second and third order are more sort of detached, more distant things. I don't mean to big myself up. I don't have a huge ego or anything. I'm well aware of my flaws and so on, but I do think that is true. I don't react most of the time viscerally to things. I try to understand them. I try to detach my emotions from a thing and understand it. Which means some people think I'm something of a robot, but I don't think that's true either. It's just I make the effort to be detached, dispassionate. It's kind of a coping mechanism for me. I don't know. I'm very drunk. Some of that's you talking to each other. Emma says, I think it'd be more of a case that you can be a Roman emperor in a VR world surrounded by slave girls and you won't care that you have no job and a poor standard of living in the real world. I'm a pessimist, but I'm not quite that cynical. I think that the virtuality of that, sorry, let me take this off, it's starting to itch. I don't think people want everything to be easy. People want things to overcome. People want a sense of accomplishment. And the problem with virtual worlds is often they just give you everything on a plate. Right? There's no struggle to it. There's no challenge to it. There's no victory. And I think people want that. Consider YouTube, right? The thing that's really at a premium on YouTube and in alternative media as a whole is authenticity and honesty, right? That's what people want. That's what makes this more appealing to people. And it's not really something you can fake for very long. And I certainly try to be authentic and honest in everything that I make. Maybe if I had more subscribers, I would bow more to the will of the mob. But I think people crave authenticity and honesty, and it's in such short supply today. And I don't know. I've lost track of what I was talking about. I'm fucked. I'm utterly wankered at this point. BNF says, Grim, as someone who goes through a lot of the same things regarding the benefit of the doubt, we're the enemies of those who don't like nuance. That is the thing. You've put your finger on the very thing that pisses me off the most about modern society and modern social interactions. The thing that pisses me off about modern social interactions is there is no nuance. It's all black and white. It's all binary. It's all zeros and ones, right? There's the old Emo Phillips joke. Let me see if I can find it. Emo Phillips bridge joke. Okay, so there's this old Emo Phillips joke. I'll read it to you. Once I saw this guy on a bridge about to jump. I said, "Don't do it." He said, "Nobody loves me." I said, "God loves you. Do you believe in a God?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Are you a Christian or a Jew?" He said, "A Christian." I said, "Me too." Great. Protestant or Catholic? He said, "Protestant." I said, "Great, me too." What franchise? He said, "Baptist." I said, "Me too." Northern Baptist or Southern Baptist? He said, "Northern Baptist." I said, "Me too." Northern Conservative Baptist or Northern Liberal Baptist? He said, "Northern Conservative Baptist." I said, "Me as well." Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes region or Northern Conservative Baptist Eastern region? He said, "Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes region." I said, "Me as well." Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1879 or Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1912? He said, "Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1912. I said, "Die, heretic," and I pushed him over. Right, that is the state of things. If you don't agree 100% with people, you're a heretic. And you're fucked, right? I always come back to that joke when I think about how purist a lot of people are about things. Like, you can be accepting and understanding and loving of trans people, but if you don't accept that sex is mutable, not gender, sex, then you get outcast. What are you supposed to do? Everything is so utterly purist. So utterly purist. Ben says, "Forget the fair weather friend that turned their back on you. You've got people here that genuinely have a lot of love for you, Grim." I appreciate the sentiment, right? But this is a guy I've known for years, who I've done business with. And for them to cast me out over, the Baptist convention, so to speak, it's very hurtful, but I think I'm okay. It hasn't hurt me as much as I expected it would. Emma says, "I've said it before, James, and I'll say it again. You come across as one of the most reasonable and eloquent people I've heard in my life, so take that as a compliment too." Look, I'm not fishing for compliments, but I do appreciate them. Hutman and Nielsen says, "I have a feeling it'll be a mix of it all." Ooh, hang on, I've lost track of you. "Some will retire into virtual fantasies. Others will still want the interaction of playing with friends or streaming." Yeah, I think there'll be a mix. I can't disagree with you there. Greenfang says, "We get 4 feet of snow here sometimes, so, oh yeah, stockpile. Rice is good. Could even be stored with salt to deter months and rinsed out. As long as you keep it dry, you're pretty much okay. And rice goes with most things. I might get bored of rice and beans, but I've got enough of them." Benaf says, excuse me, I'm really sorry about the burping. I know some people think it's funny, but I don't. Benaf says, "It's the thing they don't talk about, but I spent paragraphs explaining the details of a position and had it ignored in favour of painting me as having the standard arguments. It's infuriating." Yeah, me too. I feel you, bro. It doesn't seem to matter how much time you spend explaining things or adding nuance or being conciliatory. If I start to fuck up my words, that's how you know I'm drunk. Being conciliatory to people, saying, "Look, I understand where you're coming from, but these are my concerns." There's just no reciprocity, and that's what's so frustrating. Daniel says, "Will online harms happen?" Yeah, very funny. You can't be hurt online, really. Maybe revenge porn, things like that, but otherwise, no. Greenfang says, I'm a boring DM, but I would like to get set up for e-gaming TTRPGs in the future. Yeah, the removal of Hangouts on Air has been really annoying. But Hangouts still exists, so if you combine that with OBS, you should be okay. We're trying that with inappropriate characters this Sunday, if you want to tune in. It's me and Vengeance Satanis and the RPG Pundit. I'm sure we'll be talking about the whole consent consent article. No, not article. What the fuck am I trying to say? The whole consent in gaming booklet. Booklet, that's the word I was searching for. I'm sure we'll be talking about that and various other things. Bearnath says, RE consent in gaming, I haven't seen a person disparaging it who didn't see it as a problem because it was a tool for bullying and empowering that guy. Yeah, it's distinctly abusable, and that's the big problem with it, right? But people don't see that. They think that any objection that you must have must come from you being an horrible cunt, which isn't the case. I mean, I've even sat there and explained, look, my objection is not a reactionary conservative one, it's a left libertine one, and people just ignore me. You've got to take people at their word at some point, surely. Greenfang, nobody is really a boring GM, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have players. Okay? Just be satisfied yourself in what you do, and I'm sure the players will be. Bearnath says there aren't any reactionary people in that argument. There are people who could explain themselves better, but no actual reactionary responses. I think there's a few reactionary responses, right? And as much as I understand the kind of progressive point of view on this subject, I also understand the reactionary point of view on this subject, which puts me in the middle, which means nobody agrees with me. Judd says, artisanal Pop-Tarts will sell like hotcakes. They probably will. Hutmanen says, frankly, I think that the things we've mentioned above is already happening to some extent. We just don't have full immersive VR yet. This is true. But I mean, even back in the days of MUDs and so on, there were people who would completely immerse themselves in that. I think the advent of VR and decent graphics and so on just allows more people to immerse themselves in the virtual. Greenfang says, PvP battles certainly can provide a struggle and sense of achievement, but my favourite game is real bad about using OP weapons as carrots to work for. I'm guessing OP there means overpowered. Balance is a really difficult thing, and it's something that doesn't exist in real life. And I'm not sure that balance is a good goal for games. Excuse me, sorry. I mean, Rifts works fine with no balance whatsoever. Lots of praise for Emo Phillips. People couldn't care less about the burping. Hatman says, hey Grim, when you decide to stand up, please do so slowly and carefully. Drinking while sitting down has a way of fooling you that your body is just a bit tipsy. Well, I do need to get up because I need to go for a slash. So let's see how this goes, shall we? Alright, I will be right back. Yeah, I'm more wobbly than I thought. Okay, let's leave. A problem for every games master has always been coming up with adventure ideas. For years now, Postmortem Studios has been helping out with the 100 Adventure Seeds line. These provide adventure ideas for all genres, and you can get them at RPG Now or Lulu.com. At the end of World War II, the Axis and the Allies went to war with A-bombs until nobody was left to fight. In this atomic wasteland, a new breed of rockabilly hero arises From the gleaming domes of Science City Zero to the sleazy roller derbies of Vegas and the sky fortress of the Fourth Reich, there's a new world for the taking. 45 Psychobilly Retropocalypse, available at lulu.com and RPG Now.
Aren't you a little tired of so-called horror media about shiny, sparkly, angsty, whiny monsters? I know I am, and that's why I created Actual Fucking Monsters, where you will play an actual fucking monster doing horrible and monstrous things and being tracked down and killed for it. Buy now at DriveThruRPG, post-mort.com or lulu.com.
The Atomic Age, with its A-bombs, transistorized radios, jet engines, and a new breed of dangerous supervillain, requires heroes to face the challenge. That's where you come in. The world needs you, Agent. Agent of Swing. Roar, said the grinder as it chewed its way through Alice, from the crown of her head all the way down to her toes. It ate the lot of her, unfussy, snout to tail, and cleared its plate. It gnashed its way through her dress, her pinafore, her shoes, and her unmentionables. It chewed her hair, devoured her scalp, gobbled up her arms, wolfed down her legs, gorged itself on her torso, noshed on her skin, and gulped her down without so much as a burp to show for it.
Do you?
Alright, I've drained the lizard, so I'm back. Point the pink pistol at the porcelain firing range. Okay, let's... Oh, where's my mouse pointer gone? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's scroll back and see what I missed. People not caring about burps. Name 4 MPs you'd be happy to be deselected. Michael Gove, Boris Johnson, Mog, oh god, Jess Phillips. There we go. Don't know how I missed that before. Green Fang says balance is needed in real life sports, like Tom Brady doesn't get a flamethrower, but skill differentials, etc., decision making, etc. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds interesting. Sorry I wasn't gone long enough for your surprise, Judd. Drink all hose whiskey. Well, look, it's the fag end of the Glenmorangie, which is was my drink of choice when it came to whiskey. Whiskey and me. We have an interesting history. My life could have taken a very different direction if it hadn't been for whiskey, and I would have ended up with a different girlfriend than the one I did at the time. Because I had been drinking a lot and nearly threw up down the cleavage of one girl that I liked, but it was the other girl that held my hair while I would throw up in the toilet. So yeah. Judd says AFM is awesome. It is. I think I'm quite happy with that game. Usually I'm not happy with anything, but yeah, I was happy with AFM. I've nearly finished the companion. I've just got a little bit more to write, so it should be done sometime next week. Agents of Swing, also awesome. You know what pisses me off, right? A lot of the criticism aimed at Agents of Swing is that somehow it was lifted from Wikipedia. It wasn't. I did my own independent research and writing, and then I went to Wikipedia and found that a lot of it was the same. And I think it's useful to kind of collate and revise the information that you might get from Wikipedia for people, but the game itself, has plenty in it. People suck. Hatman says, I prefer the smokier varieties, assuming you mean of whiskey. I do have Smokehead, but and some Yamazaki, which is actually a surprisingly really good Japanese whiskey. But I need to use up this shit, this and the bells. It needs drinking. I tend to prefer the Highland and Island malts, single malts. I think I said earlier I used to go up and visit the Western Isles, Stornoway and that quite regularly. Friend I made through gaming who lived up there, we used to go up there, and the pubs were just whatever the whiskey equivalent of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory were. You know, you got some really good whiskies up there. And a beautiful Highland lassie, who I wish things had worked out with, but they didn't. Unfortunately, there you go. Right, things have quietened down, so let's have a look at the news and so on. Let's see. So we talked about David Cameron, didn't we? Who is Sam Smith? Does anyone know? He's a singer, apparently. I don't know who this guy is at all, really, but apparently he's changed his pronouns to they, them. Okay. Who gives a fuck? This is what bugs me, right? I am completely accepting and loving and caring of trans people, right? I've got plenty of friends, it's a relatively rare thing, but I've got several friends who are trans and I completely accept them. But I find this kind of thing tiresome, and so do a lot of them, because they want to be understood and accepted as the gender that they choose to present as, and I'm happy to do that. But this whole trans-trender, non-binary thing, it pisses them off as much as me. You look at what happened to ContraPoints. You look at what happened to ContraPoints just for expressing a discomfort that they wanted to be accepted as female, and that they found the whole non-binary thing was getting in the way of that. I don't agree with ContraPoints on a lot of things, but I appreciate the artistry and the effort they put into their work, and I would absolutely accept them as being female and wanting to be female and so on. But they expressed the slightest discomfort at the fact that a lot of non-binary people, it means that you have to go through this rigmarole of informing people of your pronouns and so on. I can absolutely understand and appreciate why that's difficult for her, for Natalie. But how do you negotiate this? Like I say, I completely understand and I accept and I love and I cherish my friends who are trans, and I strive to accept them and to refer to them by the pronouns that they prefer and all the rest of it, but I'm not going to change my view on scientific reality just because I love you and I care about you and I want you to be happy. There is a line there. You want to be accepted and understood as the gender that you prefer to be, and I'm happy to go along with that, but I'm not willing to ignore reality for you. And somehow that's not enough. Accepting and loving someone and referring to them in the way that they prefer, caring for them, wanting them to have the best life possible. How is that not enough? How is that not enough? I don't understand how it's hurtful. And it upsets me to be lumped in with Nazis or fascists or whatever else, just because I won't take that last step that some extremists demand and ignore biological and chromosomal reality. Isn't it enough that I love and accept and cherish and care for people? Isn't that enough? Why isn't that enough? I even when I'm sober, I don't know how to express this. And that's frustrating because, yeah, as a writer, I like to think that I can express what I mean, what I think. But it doesn't seem to work. I don't know. I'm very drunk. Oh, Daniel says, is the high street worth saving? Plus, are you stockpiling whiskey? I'm not intentionally stockpiling whiskey. I did actually. At one point, I had too much whiskey. You may not think that's possible, but I did. I had too much whiskey. There was no hope whatsoever that I was going to drink it all because, believe it or not, he says, emptying the bottle of Glenfiddich, believe it or not, I don't drink that much. I will maybe have the odd rum and coke on a Friday or a glass of whiskey or whatever. My worse half doesn't like the whiskey. She had a bad experience, which makes things difficult. But I don't drink that much normally, which makes me a cheap drunk. It's just so you know. So if you want to get me drunk, it's affordable to do so. Oh God, I've completely lost track of what I was saying again. Fucking hell. Oh, my stockpiling whiskey. No, I don't need to. I have plenty. I have almost a full bottle of Yamazaki. I have almost a full bottle of Smokehead, which is really nice. Both of those are really nice. The Japanese whiskey was kind of a curiosity, but it is really good. It is really good. I wasn't expecting it to be that good. But I'm not stockpiling whiskey. I don't need to. And I did have too much for a long time because I don't drink much. Hartman says, I'd like to visit one day and tour a distillery or two. For me, the best single malts are the Highland and Island ones. There's just something special about them. When I used to go and visit my friend up in the Western Isles, God, fucking hell, what's it called? The northernmost one of the Western Isles. Western Isles, Scotland. I can't type. I'm quite drunk. Yay. The Outer Hebrides. Okay, Western Isles of Scotland. Outer Hebrides. The northernmost island that's Stornoway is on. Fucking hell. Okay, let's try maps. Oh dear. I wrote Scotland as Sakotaland, but somehow Google knew what I was talking about. Stornoway. Stornoway. What is that island called? Stornoway. Stornoway has a population of around 8,000, making it by far the largest town in the Hebrides, as well as the second largest island town in Scotland after Corkwell in Orkney. Which island is it on though? Because Uist is the southern island, but what's the northern island? Oh, fuck it. Never mind, it's not that important. Feck the rest, go with your heart, Grim, says Sonic. Right. Oh, bye, Bear. Have a good evening. Cook something nice. Sorry if the audio is cutting out. I don't know what I can do about that particularly. Maybe it's just me moving my mouth away from the microphone. Who knows? Hatmanen says too much whiskey is an oxymoron. Yeah, that's probably right. Sonic, are you Sonic? who went away to live in the Netherlands? Miss you, man. I wish you got in touch sooner, but I didn't really have a way to get in touch with you. Sonic is a guy who used to be part of my sort of extended gaming group, and then he moved away to somewhere on the continent. I think the Netherlands. Fucking hell. I am possibly misremembering. Fuck. I'm possibly misremembering, but I think it was the Netherlands. And, yeah, miss you. It is one of the hardest things about getting older, that all your friends move away and they get married and they have kids and they're too busy. You know, you understand and you appreciate why, but it doesn't make it any less hard. Okay, I was right. Yeah, miss you, man, and love you too. I hardly see Tony, but I did see him recently in whatever the supermarket is in Whitchurch. I saw him a few months ago. He seems to be doing all right, but you lose touch with people, and it sucks. It really does. It's really difficult to make the effort. Ben says, "Did you ever want kids, Grim?" Oh dear, we're getting to the really kind of deep questions now, aren't we? Yes, I probably have kids somewhere, because I was a sperm donor. Did you know that about me? Yeah, I had really healthy sperm. So for several years I was donating, but you can only donate up to the age of, I think it's 37. So there was a gap there for a while, and then I went back and I was no longer quite as fertile as they need. This is literally the definition of too much information. But I was no longer quite up to standard in the last couple of years. But somewhere out there, I probably have kids. I wanted kids, but my income is not regular. My income is not reliable. I've got a roof over my head, but that's about it. Yeah, I wanted kids. I want kids. But the practicalities get in the way. What year was this? When I was donating sperm? So I had to stop when I was 37. So that would have been... I was born in 75, so that would be... that would make me 44, wouldn't it? I don't keep track anymore. It's weird. As you get older, you kind of stop keeping track so much. So that would have been 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. But I wasn't fertile enough anymore. Just barely. I was. What did they say? What was it? It was 0.5% short of reaching their fertility break point when I was 37. But I had given beforehand. I think 5 or 10 years beforehand. So I've probably got kids out there somewhere. Poor sods. Take advantage of the fact that I'm drunk and will answer just about any question here. But what it was that because I don't believe in God, I don't believe in an afterlife, I believe that the only continuity that you have is through your genetics. And I wasn't sure that I would ever be in a position to have kids and to to raise them in a proper environment and to give them all the things that kids deserve and need, right? So I was trying to be responsible. But I wanted kids, and I wanted to pass on my genes, because that's immortality. That's how you live, right? That's your eternity, passing on your genes to others. So I did donate a few times back in the day, and then when I tried to do it again after a gap, I was too old. Basically, that's the issue. But only just. I'm very fertile indeed. So I've got kids out there somewhere, and almost certainly, and they're allowed to contact me. And some of them would be of age now that they would be entitled to contact me, but it hasn't happened yet. I hope there are some out there. And if I never have kids in my current relationship, if I never have kids with my significant other that I'm with now, so long as I've got kids some other way, through the donations and so on, so long as I've been able to help another family to have kids, I'm happy enough. I'm happy enough with that. I did have a girlfriend who had a pregnancy scare, and I don't know exactly what happened there. Which weighs on me, because if they had been pregnant and if they had had the kid, that kid would be leaving university about now, and that weighs on me. I know. TMI. I know, but I am drunk as fuck. So now is the time to ask me difficult questions. Most of that seems to be you talking to each other. Hatman says, then again, portions of my genome are probably better off being eliminated from the gene pool. You're probably right. And the same is true of my genes. Depression runs in families, and I wouldn't wish this on anybody at all. I talk about it being my superpower, but that's just me trying to find a justification and a way of coping with the fact that my brain is utterly fucked. Alright? I'm trying to find some kind of silver lining, but I wouldn't wish it on anybody. It's fucking terrible to be so sad for no reason. Sadness doesn't describe it properly. I've been describing depression as being similar to grief, right? When you've lost someone who you really care about, like a parent or a significant other or a childhood friend, and death has taken them from you and there is nothing you can do about it, but there's all this pain that you can't do anything with. That's more what depression is like. Right? There doesn't need to be a reason, though. That's the bit that's hard to understand for people, I think. You can be depressed for no reason whatsoever, and you just want to die because you cannot stand the pain, the emotional pain anymore, and there's no way to cope with it. That's what depression is like, and I would not wish that on anyone. But it does tend to run in families. So if I do have kids out there somewhere due to my various donations, then where the fuck is my phone? Then I hope they don't inherit it. It sucks. It sucks big time. Found it. Okay, who's messaging me? go to bed, you're drunk. No, fuck off. Yes, I've taken my pills. Yes, I've taken my pills. Which is why I'm such a cheap drunk, by the way. Anything else interesting? No. Okay, that's that dealt with. I apologise. Fucking hell. Open sourcing your DNA, there's an idea? Well, I guess. I think we're a ways away from that, though. You like Baal from Baldur's Gate? God, I can't remember that. You'll have to explain. Ben says, I appreciate your honest answer. I always strive to be honest because I believe that truth for me is the ultimate value. Truth is the most important thing, and that all right action, to borrow a Buddhist term, all right action must proceed from truth. Does that make sense? I have no idea. I'm fucked. Judd says, Pundit Venger, Snog, Marry, Kill. Kill Pundit, Snog, Venger. How would we get the monarchy? I'm assuming you mean how would we get rid of the monarchy without beheadings? Right. Okay. My family name is Desborough, which previously was Disborough, which previously was Disbrow. And Jonathan Disbrow, if I remember correctly, was one of the Lord High Marshals. I think that's the right term. I can't be bothered to look it up, but he was one of the bigwigs under Cromwell. And Jonathan Disbrow married one of Cromwell's daughters, if I remember correctly. And so the Disbrows, as part of Cromwell's mob, decapitated a king, Charles I. We've done our part. You restored the monarchy. I mean, what more can you want from me, really? Hutmanan says, disclaimer, I'm currently struggling with major depression, so my outlook may be a tad more pessimistic than normally. Okay, Hutmanan. I suffer from diagnosed clinical major depression that's been going on for a very long time. 2007 was when I was officially diagnosed, right? I try to be open about my illness because I know it helps people. But honestly, everything that I do to try and cope with my illness falls flat. And that's why I expend so much effort trying to help other people. Because that, at least, makes me feel better. There are people that love you who you would hurt if you checked out. And that is what holds me back more than anything else. I know how much other people would hurt if I did myself in, right? And that's what you need to concentrate on, right? However bad you feel, however worthless you feel, however useless you feel, other people care about you and want you to live. That is the important thing that you need to focus on. However badly you feel about yourself, I am absolutely certain that you do not want to hurt anyone else. And there are people that love you and care for you and want you to continue to exist. Right? And that that thing, understanding that other people love you and want you to still be here, that is what holds me back. When I get that low and I want to end myself, that is the thing that holds me back. That I know that other people would be hurt. So that's what you need to fixate on, I think. And you need to understand your own fallback positions and your ways of coping and so on. Even if they're harmful, they're better than doing yourself in, right? So that's what you need to fixate on. The fact that other people would be hurt if you did something horrible to yourself. And that's what keeps me back from that edge. That and the absence of guns. Right? Because in the UK, having a gun is difficult. If we did have a gun, I would be dead. If we did have the general right to have arms, I would be dead because I've been that low. Right? And if it was that easy to check out, I would have done it by now. Which is part of the reason I think guns are shit and people should avoid them. Oh, I am too hot because I've been drinking too much. But I don't know. I hope that's helpful. I gain a lot of strength and a lot of ability to cope from the fact that God, my forehead's terrible. I know that me talking about this kind of thing helps people. All right, and that means a lot to me. It might help you to help other people, and that's what I would concentrate on, is how it would hurt other people and how you can help other people by persisting. I mean, I hope by talking about this that I'm helping people. I doubt it a lot of the time, honestly, but I still feel that it's worth it, even if one person sees one of my videos and feels better about it. Don't know what you're talking about on some of those videos. Some of those comments. Ben says, if Henry VIII hadn't triggered the Reformation, do you think we would still have a monarchy? Or would they have been beheaded around the time of the French Revolution? I think the English Civil War is part of the same general continuity of events that we look at when we see the French Revolution. The trouble with the French Revolution was that people ended up turning on each other. So the fucking hell, I'm too drunk to think. The cult de la raison, the cult of reason, ended up being disarmed and fucked over by the other factions in the French Revolution, which is a pity. And that's where it kind of turned on itself. Do I think we would still have a monarchy? I mean, we did get rid of the monarchy, but only for a short period of time before we brought it back, but in a much weaker position. But that was before the ideas of an elected president and so on spread around. I don't know. There is an element to the British character which is very differential. And as a realist, as a rationalist, I have to accept and understand that exists. This deferential character. So I don't think we would have lost the monarchy. I think there would have always been some kind of restoration. The English are a very strange people. in terms of deference to tradition and so on. That's what's so worrying about the current situation, is that people like Boris Johnson and Cummings and so on don't have respect for that tradition, and all that holds Britain together is spit and duct tape and rubber bands and tradition. And if you don't defer to tradition, then a lot of the things that make it work don't work anymore. But yeah. Ben says, by Reformation I mean specifically Henry VIII breaking away from Rome rather than the wider fucking hell, can't speak. Rather than the wider Reformation. Fuck. The power of Rome via the Catholic Church is a hugely important factor in development and civilization in Europe. And I think the great leaps in scientific understanding and so on have come at the expense of the church. There are exceptions, such as what's his name, who came up with the theory of the Big Bang and so on, but these are people who succeeded in spite of the church rather than because of the church. I think the great leaps forward in history very much come at the expense of the church, and I don't see that as a bad thing at all. But it does make it hard to kind of peer back into history and figure out how things might have gone. Hartmanan says, I decided probably over 20 years ago that suicide is not a way out, and I'm not allowed to reevaluate that position when I'm not in my right mind, so not to worry. Thanks, though. Well, yeah, I hope my perspective helps. This might be TMI. It might be uncomfortable for some people. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to hit the microphone. For me, the periods when I have been suicidal, it's just because living, existing, having to deal with people and emotions and so on has become unbearable and unsustainable. And so the only way out has been to check out. But I've been fortunate in that the 4 or 5 times I've been at that suicidal edge, something has occurred to pull me back. I know this is heavy, but you know, I'm very drunk, and that tends to make me to kind of overshare and be truthful about things. I wish I didn't care what people thought, but I do. I really care about being understood and so on. When I'm not, that's what drives me towards that precipice. But I understand that even if I check out by whatever means, somebody is going to be hurt by it. And that's the thing that holds me back, that I don't want to inflict cleaning up my mess or whatever else. I don't want to inflict that on anybody. And that's the major thing that holds me back from doing it. Ben says, what are your plans for the weekend? I don't really particularly have plans per se. I want to finish up the actual fucking Monsters Companion, or at least the writing of it, which I'll probably do tomorrow. And then I'll leave the edits and so on for Monday or further into the week. I've got Inappropriate Characters, should happen on Sunday. So there's that to look forward to. Me and Pundit and Venture talking. So that's something. Otherwise, I'm probably going to sleep in. and cuddle my cats. That's about it. How far are you into Wolfenstein? I have no idea. This is the most recent one with the twin girls that you play, and I don't really know. I tend to try and complete the side missions and so on, but I will continue to stream that if anyone's interested, which will be on this channel. Where the fuck is my mouse pointer? Ah, there we go. I've got two screens now. It makes it very difficult. Green Fang says, finding your channel and OSR has been a blessing, sir. My DMs are always open, but Pundit or Chungus is sliding in there, please. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I appreciate the positive positive feelings you're expressing. Would I ever play or stream Kingdom Come Deliverance? I think other people than you have asked. I'm not that heavily into realism, but I might consider it. I don't know. I think there is a PS4 version, isn't there? I generally prefer to play games on console. Because it's just kind of plug and play, right? It's easier. Chungus is Pundit's cat. Well, I love cats, whether they're pundits or not. I'm a big sucker for cats. I have two cats. One called Nick, after Nikolai Tesla, and one called Charlie, which wasn't originally after Charles Darwin or anything, but I think we kind of retroactively decided that was the case. God, my skin looks terrible on this camera. Fucking hell. Ugh. I haven't drunk Bell's in ages. I don't normally drink blended whiskies. It's fucking terrible, even though I'm already drunk. Fucking hell. Ben says you don't have a PO box. I don't think no. I do have an Amazon wish list, but I don't have a PO box. PO boxes cost money, right? And I don't have enough of a following on YouTube or wherever else to really justify having a PO box. But I do have an Amazon wish list. Let's have a look at the news then. I've had these open for ages and we've been talking about other things. I suspect this is down to Dominic Cummings, right? But the Conservative Party has produced a Facebook advert that alters the BBC headline. So they're trying to pretend it's a BBC story about £14 billion for schools, which is misleading because it's not actually 14 billion. But they've been putting that out, and this seems to have Conservative Party backing, and it's just not true, unfortunately. I wish they were pumping £14 billion into schools, because social investment is the most cost-effective way of dealing with various social ills, like antisocial behaviour, like criminality, like drug use, like drinking, like all these things. It's the most cost-effective way of dealing with it, but people don't care that it's the most cost-effective way of dealing with it. They would rather punish people, and that's how we end up with the situation where it costs more to pursue people for benefit fraud than is actually lost in benefit fraud. Seems like a stupid way to go about things for me. I wish the Tories were pumping £14 billion into education, but it's just not true. And they're kind of being misrepresentative. And I suspect that's all down to Dominic Judd says, stream Minecraft, Grim builds a castle. I do love Minecraft, and I do have it on my PS4, so I could do that. Paul says, are you coming to America any fucking hell, can't speak. Paul says, are you coming to America anytime soon? I owe you a drink. I am not good at traveling, right? I do need to get back to the States at some point to meet up with people. Hopefully it'll happen at some point, and then you can buy me a drink. Single malt scotch. No ice. Okay? Ben says, if stuff got sent to a certain little meadow, would it get to you, or is that out of date? That is my address. I do have an Amazon wish list. If you send stuff to that... Fuck, I can't speak. If you send stuff to that address, it should end up at me. But the problem is that even with that correct postcode and everything, stuff all often turns up at the wrong address. I don't know why, but my postcode does not turn up correctly in things. I have no idea why. It's been the same problem for ages, but yeah, stuff that you send to Little Meadow should turn up at me. I live in a little village called St Marybourne, which is near to Whitchurch and Andover and Tidworth and Basingstoke and various other towns. It's actually a really interesting little place. My grandmother was really into investigating the history of the village. She had a lot of books and so on that I inherited about it. People here live for, or tend to live for, a lot longer than other people. I think it's to do with the microclimate in the valley and the chalk enrichment of the water, which staves off osteoporosis and various other things. But there were various investigations in the Victorian era about why people in this area lived for so long. It's kind of interesting. Paul Cooper says, single ice, no... Fuck, I can't speak. Single malt, no ice. Got it, yeah. It's very important that you get that right. Ben says, my in-laws live very near to you. Yeah, I live near Andover, Basingstoke, Tidworth, Winchester. I went to college in Winchester, which we used to call Wenchchester because there were so many attractive women that went there. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Drinking and streaming. I can just tell. There's my mouse pointer. Okay, next news story. Climate change. Electrical industry's dirty secret boosts warming. Sounds terrible. It's the most powerful greenhouse gas known to humanity, and emissions have risen rapidly in recent years, the BBC has learned. Sulfur hexafluoride, or SF6, is widely used in the electrical industry to prevent short circuits and accidents. But leaks of the little-known gas in the UK and the rest of the EU in 2017 were the equivalent of putting an extra 1.3 million cars on the road. That's not good. This is the problem, right? Governments and groups and charities and so on are just not honest with us. I wish they would be, so we could make effective decisions. Ideally, we want more wind power and solar power and everything else to decrease our carbon footprint and so on. But nobody's honest about anything. Whether it be the media or the government or corporations or whatever else. Nobody is honest. We need to start placing a premium on honesty, I think. I'm planning to blow a huge wedge of cash on tree planting to offset my carbon footprint. I think more people need to do that. Paul says, I live outside of Baltimore, a rat-infested, trash-strewn shooting gallery. Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. Ben says, Hurstbourne Tarrant, I think I mentioned before. I don't remember you mentioning it, but I do know Hurstbourne Tarrant very well. It's a very lovely village. So they should be very happy to be living there. It's very good. Greenfang says, long live Grim. Gotta go, take care, lol, Winchester. Yeah, Winchester is very much Winchester. Lots of very attractive English roses from there. Which made it very pleasant to go to college there. Hartman says, not to worry, Grim, we'll keep your secrets. There's no secrets here. I don't think I'll actually regret too much anything I've said here, because I'm a pretty open book, all things considered. I think I should probably stop drinking though once this is done, because I'm very drunk. So looking back at the news stories, right? I'm sad to see Bercow go as Speaker of the House of Commons. Certain people hate him and think he's been biased or whatever, but I think he's been a really staunch defender of parliamentary democracy. And we've needed that. If there's ever a time that we've really needed that, it's been recently. And he certainly fulfilled that role very, very well. I mean, by no means do I agree with him on everything, but I think when it comes to parliamentary democracy, he's been very good, and he's kind of left before he was pushed. And by convention and kind of tradition, fucking hell. By convention and by traditional agreement, the Speaker of the House has not been challenged in any elections, but the Conservatives have talked about challenging him in whatever next elections turn up. Which is just another indicator of how they're riding roughshod over tradition and everything. Which is the only thing that's kept the UK democracy working as it has. But he's going voluntarily. Hopefully that means we'll get someone who is as concerned with parliamentary democracy as he is in. I mean, I know people don't like him for whatever reason, but I think he has been a great figure arguing for parliamentary democracy. And I wish we had more people like that. No more comments or particularly worthwhile. My brain just refuses to accept that Boris Johnson is Prime Minister. I still can't believe it, that this half-hearted balloon animal is head of the UK government. Yeah, I strive really hard to understand where the people on the opposite side of the argument are coming from, but I cannot grasp this. I cannot cope with this. I cannot understand why anyone is still pro-Brexit, or why anyone would support Boris Johnson. The man is a pathological liar and has been for a very long time. It's not like it's some secret. And he's still talking about we absolutely will Brexit on October the 31st. There is no way that that's happening. He's going to have to compromise on that. And because he has invested so much of himself in that loss is going to mean a huge amount. It's going to massively undermine him. Paul says, I do not understand what a no-deal Brexit is. Can you explain it? Okay. I will do my best, even though I'm utterly shit-faced. The idea of Brexit is that we uncouple ourselves from the European Union. But a huge amount of our economy is dependent on the European Union. They are our biggest market for a whole raft of stuff. Right? A no-deal Brexit means that we have no understandings, no cooperation, no agreements with anyone who's part of the EU. Even though that is the major market for all of our services, all of our production, all of our industry, everything else. Most of that goes to the EU. I can't remember exactly how much. I want to say something like 70%. But I'm drunk as fuck, so feel free to fact check me. Fucking hell, I can't speak. So a no-deal Brexit is the absolute worst, most extreme version of us decoupling from the EU. Any kind of deal would mean that we have some kind of mutual understanding with the EU in regards to business, what we provide, what we offer, tariffs, whatever else, that we maintain some kind of agreement and understanding with the EU. So a no-deal Brexit means we don't maintain any of that, which means universal tariffs and so on would exist, that we have no understanding with the EU, that we have to impose or will have imposed upon us all kinds of customs checks and so on. So a no-deal Brexit is like an acrimonious divorce. Think of it that way, right? Whereas exiting with a deal is like a divorce where people understand and provide for each other, right? Where there's no real acrimony. I think that's the best way to understand it. So if we leave with no deal, we have no mechanisms, no means, no understanding for how we trade with the EU, even though it's our singular big market, right? It's the most destructive and worst option. Paul says the US media is horrible in Brexit coverage. It's really complicated, and it involves all manner of moving parts, and it's not something that can be summarized easily. It is really difficult to understand, and most British people don't understand any of it. Paul says, thanks, that's the best explanation I've ever heard. It's not that great an explanation because I'm drunk as fuck. But it's like a divorce. That is the best. Fucking hell, I can't speak. That is the best analogy that I can think of. Right? It's like a divorce, but it's like an acrimonious divorce in the way that things are at the moment. In that both parties are out for the maximum they can have for themselves, and not necessarily for the best situation for each other. The other problems are that the vote was essentially non-binding. It was illegal due to various shenanigans that went on. But for a lot of people, it is an article of faith. Reason has nothing to do with it. Facts have nothing to do with it. Reality has nothing to do with it. It's all down to some ephemeral sensation of being masters of your own destiny. And the reality has nothing to do with it. And I can understand and I can appreciate that, even though I disagree with it. So, like a lot of things, that I end up in arguments about lately. I can understand where they're coming from, but there is no attempt on their side to understand where I'm coming from. I don't know. It's there's this mythology that Britain has that stems from the Second World War, that we are the ones who stood alone against the darkness, that we are tough, that we can take damage, that we can take harm, that we can endure any amount of hardship for the right thing. And a lot of times that's a really positive and helpful and useful attitude to have. But increasingly in more modern times, where society and interactions and trade and so on has been dependent upon compromise and understanding and so on, it becomes less and less useful. So we have this mythologized version of Britain that doesn't jibe with reality. And democracy relies upon an informed populace. And our populace has been misinformed for decades by the Murdoch press. By the Murdoch press. Fuck, I can't talk. And how do you fight that? How do you get through to people? And there is a psychological barrier, right? I know people who work with the police, right? And deal with fraud and extortion and old people who have been convinced to sign up for something that costs money every month. And one of the things that upsets them the most is that the people who have been conned, it is really hard to bring them back to reality. They will defend the people who have conned them. They are unwilling to admit that they have been conned. And I think that's a big part of what's going on with Brexit, is that the people who have been conned, lied to, persuaded by underhanded and horrible means are too prideful, and who can blame them, quite frankly, to admit that they were conned, that they were lied to, that they made the decision based on bad information. And I sympathise with that. I understand that. I've been conned in the past. And it's a hard thing to admit. And I understand how hard it is to admit. It's really painful to your ego to admit that someone managed to fool you. But that's where we are. I don't know. Paul says, now I owe you 2 drinks. I will take as many drinks as you're willing to offer. What's the time anyway? It's after midnight. Okay, I'll probably keep going despite being utterly shit-faced until about 1 a.m. and then I'll probably go and sleep. Hopefully that's alright with everybody. Paul says you should do a live drunk chat every month. Probably. I find it really difficult to open up to people, and part of that is due to the drugs that I'm taking, right? So I take mirtazapine and sertraline, and incidentally, since we were kind of talking about Brexit, these are drugs that are going to be in short supply due to Brexit. It's hard to get hold of, which is why I'm kind of rationing myself, which might be why I'm a little bit doolally in my interactions with you over the next couple of months. So I'm really sorry about the burping. I've completely forgotten what point I was trying to make. But the point is that it's going to be difficult for me to get the drugs that I need to keep me on an even keel. So I might be a little bit crazy over the next couple of months. I'm not sure that drunk chat is a particularly great idea. But I'll probably do one next week on Friday night, since I'm alone at home. I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna stop drinking and allow myself to sober up a bit. So if you want to ask me anything particularly personal or peculiar, now is the time to do it. Alright, we talked about Boris Johnson. Okay, so there's a news story that suggests that we might be in for another adpocalypse, and I am really short-sighted, by the way. YouTube advertisers are gaining money from anti-vaccination adverts. It seems like not a month goes by without some kind of adpocalypse happening of some degree. And it always comes from the mainstream media, and it's always targeted at alternative media like YouTube and so on. So this is an article on the BBC site. It says YouTube advertises big brands alongside fake cancer cure videos. I can understand why this is a concern, right? But you don't want people to be ripped off. You don't want people to be exploited. You don't want people to be lied to. But to blame YouTube as a whole for someone buying adverts, whether it's for cancer cures or whatever else, it seems like overreach, and it seems like just another excuse to beat YouTubers over their head. Look, I make fuck all money off YouTube as time goes on, right? I do it mostly for reasons of therapy, kind of. I get to talk to people. I get to interact with people in a way that I don't otherwise. You get to see my body language, my tone of voice, and so on. Most people aren't that stupid. I do think anti-vax things or fake cancer cures and so on meet the burden of proof requirement, but you've got to reach that burden of proof requirement before you start censoring people. It just seems like every week almost we get some kind of story attacking YouTube for the content that it harbours. And as much as I'm against the kind of bullshit that you get from anti-vax people or cancer cure people or other exploitative people, as much as I'm against that, they have some sort of right to present their point of view, and it's incumbent upon us to fight that point of view, to undermine that point of view, to present the truth, to fight, to argue. I think that's the thing that concerns me about I cannot form thoughts properly. I think that's the thing that concerns me the most about I don't know how to describe this. Reactions, things that people do, things that people do in reaction to murders or whatever else. I think the knee-jerk side of that is what concerns me the most. Ben says, would you consider going to a con, perhaps just as a regular guest rather than as post-mortem games? I don't feel comfortable going to conventions anymore. certainly since IndieCon had to stop due to problems with the venue, because with the additional rules and regulations that they have, I am at the mercy of the one arsehole rule. So all it takes is one arsehole to be a wanker about things, and all that money that I've spent having a stall, having stock, interacting with people is just wasted. So I would not do that. I keep meaning to go to something like UK Games Expo just because, basically, to be represented there. There's too much stress, too much worry. Paul says, no, you're not alone in having mental health issues. Look, I'm open about the issues that I have because I know that it helps people. But I don't want people to treat me like I'm fragile, or to treat me with kid gloves, or to treat me like anything. To treat me like anything special, I guess. I bring it up because I know other people draw strength from the fact that I talk about it. But I don't want to be discounted or indulged or whatever else it might be. The reason for me being open about my mental health issues is because it helps others and makes it easier for others to cope with issues that they have. But it's not entirely charitable, right? I do it because it helps me to know that other people are going through the same thing and they're surviving and carrying on and so on. There is a selfish element to it. I don't want to present myself as some sort of selfless hero that is putting themselves through hell to help other people, right? I gain from being open about my issues as well. I feel that sense of support, that sense of concern, that sense of worry about myself that other people have, and that helps me. But I also know that by talking about these things I'm helping other people. Oh, there's my speaker. So it's not entirely selfless. I there's a selfish element to it. I care about other people, but I gain from it as well. I do not want to present myself as some kind of selfless saint or whatever else. I do it as much because I gain from it as other people gain from it. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm having a real trouble forming coherent sentences at this point. Paul says, you're brave talking about it, kudos. There's too much stigma attached to it. I agree, and that's a big part of why I talk about this, because I don't want there to be the stigma, and I don't want special treatment. That is a big source of the conflict that I have with people. I don't believe that I deserve special treatment or special dispensation from others just because I'm a fucking mentalist. Right? If I'm a dick, call me a dick. I don't want to be treated specially. I don't want to be treated with kid gloves or whatever, but I do think that there is value in understanding and accepting people's mental issues. And I want the environment to be better for people like me who have mental issues, but I don't believe it's an excuse for anything. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm kind of rambling. Helping others is therapeutical as well, says Hatman. Yeah, it is. When you can kind of hit a wall when you're trying to understand and cope with the issues that you have. You can hit a wall where you don't feel like you're able to do anything else for yourself, but you can do something for other people, and that's a good way of maintaining that progress. I don't know. I talk a lot of shit. Paul says, makes me feel less alone in my issues. I'm glad, right? And if you ever need to talk, just message me. That goes for anybody. When I lost my original Twitter account, I was talking to a lot of people and helping them with their mental health issues. And that's the thing that stuck in my craw, that I was cut off from helping those people. And I hope they're all okay. I haven't heard from most of them. Nothing is easy. Everything is difficult. Everything is tangled. Everything is a mess. So when you remove me from Twitter for disagreeing with you, you're also removing me from supporting people with mental health difficulties and whatever else. Nothing is simple. Nothing is easy. Nothing is straightforward. I really just wish there was some kind of reciprocity, some kind of mutual understanding on these issues, that even if we disagree, even if we hate each other, that we want to help other people, and it's just not there. I don't know. I'm getting maudlin. I'm at that stage of drunk where I'm getting maudlin. While I'm on contentious issues, right, there have been a lot of stories on the BBC lately about homelessness and domestic violence and so on. And it's been interesting to watch that evolve slightly, right? To begin with, they didn't even mention male victims, but more recently, in the last few reports I've seen, they have been acknowledging male victims of domestic violence. Though they've also been saying that the majority of victims are women, which is true. But it's about 60-40. But there are almost no places for male victims of domestic violence, while there are a lot of places for female victims of domestic violence. It is hurtful to know that pointing out this reality is taken as being a men's rights activist or an incel or whatever else certain people say. I'm struggling to know how to phrase this. That's why there's so much silence. I'm an egalitarian, right? I believe that everyone deserves to be treated equally, that everyone deserves to have the opportunities to succeed. And I find that the current way in which society is set up, there is a deficit of opportunity for men. Now, I'm not going to argue that in the past men didn't have advantages, legal and otherwise, that helped them succeed. But for me, the goal is equality, that everyone has the same degree of opportunity to succeed in our society. And I find that a lot of social justice movements are looking for revenge, not equality. And revenge on people that didn't even do anything wrong. For me, what I'm looking for, I'm sorry, I'm finding this difficult to articulate because I'm drunk as fuck. But what I want from society is the possibility for anyone and everyone to reach their maximum potential. Now, not everyone can achieve that maximum potential. Not everyone is as intelligent or capable or strong or enduring or whatever other quality it might be. Not everyone has that. But as much as is possible, I want everyone to be able to reach the maximum possibility of their potential. Equality of opportunity, right? So if you're rich but stupid, you might fail. If you're poor but clever, you might succeed. I don't really even know where I'm going with this, but what I do know is that people on both sides of the political spectrum don't understand where I'm coming from when I talk about this. That I want equality and fairness. Some people see my definition of equality as being somehow unequal, and some of them on the other side of the argument see that as being providing unfair advantage. But ultimately, what I desire, what I want is for everybody to be given the opportunity to reach the maximum potential that they have. Does that make sense? I don't know. I've missed a whole bunch of comments because I've been ranting. I'm very sorry. Hatman says it's in the human nature to feel good from being altruistic. Yes, but also there are also advantages to be gained from being selfish. But I think by default humanity is altruistic. Let's have some non-booze drink for a bit. I guess it makes sense to some of you. I don't know. I pretend a lot of the time that things are okay, right? But a lot of things do upset me. When I lose friends who I've known for years, or... This is probably unwise of me to admit, but the way in which people drove Satine away from me was incredibly hurtful. I know you're not supposed to expose weakness to trolls or whatever, but when I have friends, I like to think that I can disagree with them on an amicable basis, right? But I find that because there is so much heat being pumped into the social system, there is not a lot of forgiveness or understanding in there. But what can I do other than be accepting and understanding in and of myself, right? Even if people choose not to understand or to listen to me. I love Satine very much. I think she's been very good for the role-playing industry. And if we disagree on this whole consent thing, and the way in which it's implemented. I mean, I agree with the principles, but it hurts me very much when she's negative to me, and it has hurt me very much that another friend of mine, oh fuck it, let's just say who it is, Angus Abramson, who is a very big figure in the UK RPG scene, has basically cut me off over a disagreement over this. Yeah, it does hurt me very much, but I have to be true to myself. I have to be true to what I believe, and a friend should accept that, right? And it's very difficult. And it would be easy to be petty and nasty and horrible about it, but I have made the decision not to be like that about it. So I continue to back Satine, and I will continue to back Angus, because I believe that's the right thing to do, even if they do not show the same respect to me that I show to them. I think it's the right thing to do, and it's the right thing for the hobby to continue to back them. I just wish it was reciprocal, and it really hurts my heart to know that these people are so willing, and they find it so easy to discard me in that way. But I'm gonna be better than that. Right? Even though it hurts me. And it really does. Yeah, I keep it hidden a lot because, well, you don't show weakness on the internet because trolls will exploit it. But fuck it. I'm drunk, so who cares? Steve says, sorry Jim, could you elaborate? I'm not familiar with this story. Okay, so Satine Phoenix is or was the kind of community manager for Wizards of the Coast. She's a former porn star, and I care for her very, very much. And I am one of the people who gave her first kind of breaks, because I don't judge people on that kind of thing. In fact, if anything, I care about people who have worked in porn and so on more than a lot of people. Right, because they're so no bullshit, right? And I love honesty. It turns me on, right? I love that about people, when they're just no bullshit people, when they open up and they talk honestly. And I love Satine. I think she's been absolutely brilliant for the role playing industry. I think she's done a lot of very wonderful things, and I care about her very much. And I am one of the people who gave her opportunities when she left the porn industry to get into gaming. Okay? And I am immensely proud of her, and I care about her a great deal. But we've disagreed on a couple of things recently, and it really hurts me to know that we disagree about these things, and to know that a lot of people have been very negative and have persuaded her basically to disown me. I am immensely proud of the very minor role that I've played in helping her to become the kind of big deal that she is in gaming. I do not judge her for anything that she's done. I adore her. I think she's wonderful. even though she's kind of turned her back on me a bit. I don't really know where I'm going with this, but it's very hurtful to not have that love and respect reciprocated, to not have that understanding reciprocated. But I don't care. All right, I will continue to support her in everything that she does. I will continue to be incredibly proud of her in everything that she does. Maybe I'm a sucker. I don't know. And then more recently, this issue with Angus. I think he's being petty about our disagreements. I think he's being silly in cutting me off. But I care about him very much. I've worked with him in the past. I think he's a good dude. But there's no reciprocity. I don't get the same concern and love from other people that I give to them, and that really hurts. And I don't know what to do about it. I mean, I don't do it in order to get anything back. But there's an expectation, I think, in any of us when we treat people well, when we are forgiving and understanding, that they will do the same to us. And it's just not there. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. You know, you support people because you care about them. But there's no reciprocity there. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter, but it does hurt. It's difficult. Matt says, we live in such divisive times, people have to be seen to be towing the line. Social justice is a hard is a hard one to argue against. I believe in social justice. What I don't believe in is the way in which it is expressed. Does that make sense? It's the methodology by which it is imposed upon people. I don't know. I'm drunk and very emotional, and the reason I've decided to get drunk this evening, which isn't something that happens very often, is because it's the only way in which I feel that I can be emotional. I'm so tightly buttoned most of the time that it is very difficult to express emotions. The drugs that I'm on make it very difficult to express emotions. It makes it almost impossible to cry. Right? But crying is important. It's a release. It's a way to deal with your emotions. Well, kind of. It's a proxy for dealing with your emotions. It's a way of expressing those emotions. But the drugs that I'm on make it almost impossible to cry. And I know I can seem very detached and very robotic and unemotional, but that's just a way of coping. I wish people would understand that. Steve says, back then, could you elaborate, Jim? Can you make that more clear, what you're asking, and then I'll happily answer it. Ben says, I'll give you a big hug if I could, Jim. Fuck! I can't speak. Platonic, of course. Hugs, platonic or otherwise, are very welcome. Matt says, we live in such divisive times, people have to be seen to be towing the line. Social justice is a hard one to argue against. Yeah. And the thing is, right, that I agree with their aims. I don't agree with their methods. I want things to be open and accepting and so on. It's just virtually impossible. Sorry, I just need to deal with some stuff on my phone. God, I keep burping. I'm really sorry. I know people do it as a joke, but I find it embarrassing. Fucking hell, this is just a bunch of spam. Steve says, I have to say, I believe most, not all women in the porn industry are effectively victims of abuse. I would have to disagree with you there. I know or have known a whole bunch of people who have been involved in the porn industry. If I were a woman... Fuck, I can't speak. If I were a woman, if people wanted to see me naked, I would be all over that shit. Right? And I know people like Anna Cherry, I know people like Satine and so on, who have been part of the porn industry or who are part of the porn industry. And I love these people very, very much because they are so no bullshit. And I have no time for bullshit. They are the most real, understanding, straightforward people that it is possible to know. And I appreciate them very much for that. And I care about them a great deal because of that. I don't think most of them know just how much I care about them and how much I would go out of my way to help them or to take care of them in any way I could, because I know it's difficult. And it's not some kind of sleazy sort of bring them over to my side sort of thing. I just appreciate what they do, and I appreciate how difficult it is. Because in a lot of ways it's similar to what I do, which is to deal with transgressive subjects and difficult things. And I really appreciate honesty. And that is something that I find in abundance in the porn industry. Weirdly. But I don't know. I'm getting kind of maudlin, aren't I? This is bad. You should ask me some fun things. Regarding abuse in the porn industry, there are certain people who certainly have been negatively affected by abuse who end up in the porn industry, but they end up there as a way of coping and understanding what has been done to them in a large degree. The porn industry allows people who have been abused or manipulated in the past, it allows them a way to take control of their sexuality that has been taken from them in other ways. It's really hard to explain, but fuck, sorry, I'm being quiet for too long, but there is something in it that allows people to take control of and understand their own loss of control in other circumstances. I have known people in my misspent youth who have been raped, but for whom the control over a situation, the control over a scenario in a sexual role play scenario or whatever else has allowed them to reassert control over their own sexuality by replaying the situation that they were placed in, and to process it and to have control and to understand and surrender what had happened to them, and so to reclaim their sexuality. I have no idea whether I'm making sense or not, but it has been therapeutic and helpful for people that I have known. I don't know. Sorry, I'm well behind on people's comments. I'm going to have to scroll back a bit, so give me a second. I'm trying to find where I was up to. Okay, I'm well behind because clearly I've been ranting in a drunken way. Green Fang says, finding your channel OSR has been a blessing, sir. My DMs are always open. Pundit or Chungus is sliding in there, please. Well, look, it's been really hard for me losing my previous Twitter channel, in large part because I was offering a lot of support and care for people who were having trouble with depression and so on. And I've lost contact with a lot of the people there. But I am always open to help people who are struggling. I don't want to pretend that that's some kind of selfless, wonderful thing, right? It's selfish. I feel better when I help other people. And often I can't help myself, but if I can help other people, I feel better. So if you need help, if you need a sympathetic ear, if you need someone who understands where you're coming from, then feel absolutely free to message me, DM me. My DMs are open on Twitter. I've got there's various other ways of contacting me. If you need help, if you're desperate, whatever else, then absolutely feel free to contact me. The only thing I would say is that I don't want to pretend that this is absolutely selfless. I gain a huge amount from helping other people. Often I feel that I can't help myself, but if I can help other people, then things generally feel better. All right? I don't want to pretend this is some kind of selfless, wonderful thing that I do. It's as much about me as it is about you. But if you're depressed, if you're suicidal, if you feel horrible, then absolutely feel free to contact me. I might be slow to reply. I have a lot on, but I will get back to you. And please don't do anything permanent or horrible without talking to somebody. All right? Please. Let me try and catch up to where you are. We talked about Brexit and so on. Some of you are being terribly nice to me, which makes me horribly uncomfortable. I'm glad you don't feel alone because I talk about this stuff. That's the main reason I do it. Steve says, thank God for Grimstream. No fun drinking on your own. Yeah, absolutely. That's the main reason I do it. Hatmanen says, I appreciate your drunken ranting. Good. I think you're mostly talking amongst yourselves there, which is good. You know, I like to bring people together. All right, what other news have we got? The pound has climbed, weirdly, to the highest level since July. But this, the news report says that this is likely because no-deal Brexit doesn't seem particularly likely anymore. So it kind of depends. A certain level of weakness in the pound is desirable because it helps our exports and so on, but it can go too far. Okay, I'm going to stray into MRA territory for a moment, because this has been pissing me off all day. There's been a whole bunch of stories on BBC today about domestic violence and problems for women in regard to the domestic violence. I want to be absolutely clear that I do not intend in any way to take away from the seriousness of the violence against women when it comes to domestic violence. Nobody should suffer this stuff. Nobody should be placed in a position where they have to be... where they have to choose between a roof over their head and being beaten and abused and whatever else. But the story has been incredibly one-sided. I really don't know how to articulate this, so I'm just going to be blunt. Okay? I do not consider myself to be a men's rights activist, but I do consider myself to be someone who is concerned with men's issues. And there are no shelter places for men who are victims of domestic violence, whether that's in a male-male couple or a male-female couple. And men can be victims of domestic violence as much as anyone else. And it's a shit situation. It is emasculating. You're not supposed to hit women, right? Even when they hit you. Even when they smack you around with a frying pan, or electrocute you, or burn you with curling tongs, or whatever else it might be, you are not supposed to hit women. And so men endure. And they shouldn't have to. Now, there have been stories all day about domestic violence issues and problems, and how police aren't dealing with them properly, and how social services aren't dealing with them properly. It has largely ignored the issue when it comes to men. But perhaps 40% of the victims of domestic violence that exist are men. Not quite 50-50, but getting close there too. And yet in London, at least the last statistics that I could find, which were for 2017, I think, there are no places in shelters for men. Doesn't that strike you as being a bit peculiar? Doesn't that strike you as being bad? If men are 40% or thereabouts of victims of domestic violence, then surely 40% of the places that are that are available should be for men, right? Like I say, I don't regard myself particularly as a men's rights activist, but I am concerned about men's issues, primarily around mental health, because, well, it's selfish. That's what impacts me. You know, I'm not that wonderful a guy. These are the things that influence and affect me, and so that's what I'm concerned about. But if 40% of the victims of domestic violence are men, but we have no places for men in the Greater London area, then there's a problem, right? I believe in equality, I believe in egalitarianism. But if we're to get there, that means we don't discriminate against men. And they're left out in the cold when it comes to this stuff. And this story has been running all day, and it's just made me incredibly upset every time, because the victimization of men has been minimized. it doesn't take anything away from women to acknowledge that men are also suffering from these things. But I don't want to be particularly maudlin about things. But it's just kind of upsetting. I've missed a load of stuff, but there's no way I can catch up. So, sorry. I apologise. That's all the news stories. Does anyone have anything else they want to ask me particularly, or they want to get my opinion on before I head to bed in a drunken stupor? Is there anything you want me to talk about? Ben says 60-40 split for domestic violence. Yeah, I think that's about right. In Australia, they reckoned it was about 70-30, if I remember correctly. It's weird how the psychology of it all works, and how merely bringing up any issues that men might have is... I'm really sorry about the burping. It's taken as somehow being negative. All right, I'll give you a chance to ask any questions, and I'll just see if there's anything extra on my Ask FM. How would you explain your basic life philosophy? I want the greatest amount of freedom possible for the greatest number of people. That would be my life philosophy. I don't think everyone has to agree with me. I don't think everyone has to conform to any particular set of rules, but I think people should be accepting of others to an extent. So it's, my philosophy is a kind of live and let live. A kind of wishy-washy anarchism, in that I think ideally that cooperation should come about naturally. Over the flow of time, and that's the best way to deal with concerns and worries and disagreements, is to try and come to a mutual understanding. So my philosophy is we should do whatever grants the greatest degree of freedom for the greatest number of people. Sometimes that means enforcing certain things. Sometimes that means relaxing certain things. But that would be my philosophy. What makes you different from others? A lot of things, I think. I think I am remarkably unusual in the way that I process things and talk about things and think about things. There's an idea in SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, that assumes that our solar system is average, that there's nothing special or exceptional about us, and so the fact that life and so on arose on this planet is typical, right? So you assume that you're the average, and I think I do that. I think I assume that my understanding of things is typical, that the way I think about things is average, that the way I interpret signals and, for want of a better word, omens and so on is average, but it isn't. And I think that's the root cause behind a lot of the misunderstandings that I have with people, is that I assume that they think about things in the same way that I do when they don't. Does that make sense? I don't know. Steve says, does alcohol improve your depression? Alcohol is a depressant, so it actually makes things worse. But I find it very hard to express emotion. And so when I'm drunk, that kind of gives me license to express my emotion, to be upset and to cry and all of those things that I'm otherwise incapable of doing, which is helpful. If I was drunk every day or every night or whatever else, I think it would be unhelpful. But if I do it rarely, I think it's helpful because it gives me the chance to let that out. Paul says, will you go to bed now? It is 1:10 a.m. I'll go to bed soon. Steve says, Paul had to get teetotal to even begin to tackle the depression. I've never been a huge drinker, particularly, but I do find it helpful from time to time to get drunk, because I normally keep myself so buttoned up and controlled that the drink gives me an excuse and the ability to express emotion that I otherwise keep buttoned up. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, fucking hell. Let's see, I did the news. I've finished all my Ask FM questions. I've probably missed some of the things that you guys said because I ended up ranting because I'm drunk as fuck. So if I missed anything, please ask again. I'm gonna aim to go to bed by about 2 a.m. So you got about 50 minutes to get anything in that you want to. Let me just have a look at Twitter while you're pondering. So Smiling Jack on Twitter says, one of the most disturbing things about Monte Cook's post and the thread and so on is the boasting about block lists and so on. Yeah, a lot of people have taken any kind of objection to the consent in gaming article and post. They've taken any objection to that as being somehow a demand to be censored or controlled or excused or exiled or whatever. There's this total lack of willingness to understand another point of view, and that's unfortunate, especially when it's coming from the horse's mouth, so to speak. I just don't know what to do about it all. Being reasonable and open and whatever else doesn't seem to have any meaningful impact at all. It's assumed that you're some horrible bastard because you disagree. I don't know what to do about that other than ceasing to care, which feels like kind of a cop out. I don't know. Steve says, I've decided Brexit or no Brexit, I will never leave. Well, you don't really have the option to leave if they lock you in with them, do they? That's the problem I have with it. Yeah, you're locking me in with you, so I never get the opportunity to leave. I will be right back. I need to pop to the loo again. So enjoy some adverts while I do that.
A problem for every games master has always been coming up with adventure ideas. For years now, Postmortem Studios has been helping out with the 100 Adventure Seeds line. These provide adventure ideas for all genres, and you can get them at RPG Now or Lulu.com. At the end of World War II, the Axis and the Allies went to war with A-bombs until nobody was left to fight. In this atomic wasteland, a new breed of rockabilly hero arises. From the gleaming domes of Science City Zero to the sleazy roller derbies of Vegas and the sky fortress of the Fourth Reich, there's a new world for the taking. 45 Psychobilly Retropocalypse, available at Lulu.com and RPG Now. Aren't you a little tired of so-called horror media about shiny, sparkly, angsty, whiny monsters? I know I am, and that's why I created Actual Fucking Monsters, where you will play an actual fucking monster doing horrible and monstrous things and being tracked down and killed for it. Buy now at DriveThruRPG, post-mort.com or lulu.com.
The Atomic Age, with its A-bombs, transistorized radios, jet engines, and a new breed of dangerous supervillain, requires heroes to face the challenge. That's where you come in. The world needs you, Agent. Agent of Swing.
"Rrrr," said the grinder as it chewed its way through Alice, from the crown of her head all the way down to her toes. It ate the lot of her, unfussy, snout to tail, and cleared its plate. It gnashed its way through her dress, her pinafore, her shoes, and her unmentionables. It chewed her hair, devoured her scalp, gobbled up her arms, wolfed down her legs, gorged itself on her torso, noshed on her skin, and gulped her down without so much as a burp to show for it. Do you?
Hey everybody. So, yeah, we've got about three quarters of an hour left before I head to bed. So, now's your opportunity. Ask me anything you wanna ask. I'm drunk enough that I'll probably be honest. Steve says, lighter note, maybe give us a quick description of the tabletop RPG campaign you're most looking forward to starting. Okay, so my friends, we have a get together and we game about every month and a half, roughly speaking. Next year we're playing Cyberpunk 2020 in the year 2020 because it's just how can you pass that up, right? And I'm going to base it on real world stuff that's happening at the time, but I'm going to kind of dial it up to 11 and make it more cyberpunky. Cyberpunk Red looked pretty solid from the demo game that's available, so I'll probably do a mix of Cyberpunk 2020 and rules from Cyberpunk Red. Might replace D10 with 2D6 and so on, but it'll be fun to look at the real world and twist it through a cyberpunk lens, kind of, and then turn that into something. So that's what I'm most looking forward to is running that 2020 in 2020. By this point I was hoping we'd have more longevity and cybernetics and so on, but what can you do? The world is as it is. Oh, excuse me. How many players? Let's see. Steve, Ross, Chris, Graham. Giles. Probably 6 to 8. The thing is, not everyone turns up all the time. So, Hatman says, I'm still waiting for my flying car and personal jetpack. Think about the way the traffic and word and traffic and vehicles are handled at present. Do you really want that same situation flying through the air? Yeah, it's a big group, but not everyone turns up all the time. And we have plenty of time to deal with stuff, so it's not as bad as it sounds. Oh, excuse me. Let's see if there's any new questions on Ask. Nope. I mean, I've run tabletop games for groups as big as 30 or 40 people in the past, back when Vampire was kind of at its height. That was difficult. You have to kind of leave people to their own devices to a certain extent. But that kind of led me into LARP, which I did enjoy for many years, though it got less enjoyable as time went on, obviously, which led me to eventually stop. But a lot of the friends I made from that are still friends today, so there you go. Hatman says, I would assume the flying cars would be autonomous. I think the way that things are going, we're probably looking at automated flying taxis that are basically giant drones. I think that's the way things seem to be going, which I don't know that you would have I don't know that you would have predicted more than 20 years ago that would be the state of things, but that does seem to be the state of things. Steve says, I think he said 3 was the perfect number and 4 was the sweet spot. I think smaller groups allow you to engage in more intense role playing, and that has its advantages. Larger groups, you can do more, you can integrate into the background of the area and so on more. I mean, for us, it wasn't a conscious choice to have large groups. It's just that we had so many people that wanted to play. But personally, I think the optimal number of players is 3 to 4. I think that's the right balance between dealing with the issues that the players have individually and the scope of the campaign, without passing up too much on the focus that certain characters have. But there you go. What do I know? I'm an ignorant savage. Just ask anyone. Rah. I don't know, man. I wish I didn't care what anybody thought, but I do. I really wish I didn't. I wish I was as blithe as certain people, like Pundit, but I'm not. But there you go. Steve says, do you think gender mix is important? In the past, I've had groups that are 50-50 or more, female to male. I don't honestly think it matters with the right players. The kind of people that care about that sort of thing are more of a problem than the actual mix. I think the emphasis in whatever game that you're playing changes according to the mix, but I think that's more down to individual preference rather than gender. For my part, I believe that everyone should be treated equally. But for some reason that's caused problems for me in interacting with other people. They seem to think that women should be treated with kid gloves or whatever. I don't think that's particularly useful. I think what's more important than diversity of gender or race or whatever is diversity of viewpoint. And while I appreciate that some people use that as a false excuse, I do think it's important. But there you go. Again, what do I know? I'm just some dude. What's the time? 1:25. Okay. I think we're kind of running out of steam, and I don't want to drag things on. So, last chance. Any questions or anything anyone wants to ask, wants me to answer, wants me to talk about? I'm utterly drunk, so I'm likely to be fairly honest, even if you ask me a difficult question. So yeah, this is kind of your last chance, at least until next Friday, because I'm alone next Friday as well, so I might as well. Steve says, women deserve equality, nothing else. Yeah, I would agree. Judd says, will we ever go back to using airships? Not for passengers, but I think for cargo it's reasonably likely. At least that's the emphasis that all the more recent developments around airships seem to take. Steve says, quick video preview for next week. I don't know. I am likely to finish the actual fucking Monsters Companion early next week if I don't finish it this weekend. It'll need an edit and it'll need layout and so on, but then that should be out, which means I don't have as much pressure on me to produce content for other things, which means you might see some random content on the blog. I'm not exactly sure what I'll end up doing, but something. I mean, the news always comes along and fucks with whatever it is I have planned, but the next few videos that are queued, I'm gonna start the subscriber only sort of how to get into game design and so on. And I think I'm going to do the D&D house rules that you use and why people should adopt them. I might do some sort of vloggy stuff about my childhood and so on. It's probably not interesting particularly to anybody, but it helps to understand where I'm coming from. That's probably about it, to be honest. I really do appreciate you guys keeping me company this evening. Like I said, I don't get drunk very often, but still. Steve says, one thing, Jim, can you make it clearer on Grim Jim that Grimstream has moved? I will try. Maybe I'll do one of my videos next week on that fact so that people can subscribe more easily. It's YouTube, man. They're so opaque on the decisions that they make, and how things can affect your channel and so on. But I have noticed that since I've moved the streaming onto the other channel, and since I've removed a lot of the streams from the old channel, my subscriptions have leapt enormously. You'd think they'd be encouraging people to live stream, but alas, such is not the case. I really want you guys to understand that I really appreciate you and all the support and everything that you offer. I need new friends, basically. Hatman says, I appreciate the company. The stream is a nice diversion. Well, I'm glad it was a nice diversion for me too. Just as now I see the pipe, it all makes sense. Grim is the RPG pundit. I feel a fool for not noticing the clues. Right. I know it's just a flippant comment, but here's the thing. I often feel like I wish I smoked, because smoking has so many gestures and so on associated with it. I just have the pipe as a kind of prop. It's a kind of comfort thing. A thought to mull on. Some of us look forward to your streams as much as something. I don't know. Whatever you were saying, yeah, the appreciation is appreciated, if that makes sense. Right, I am going to go and down a pint of water and go to sleep and snuggle with my cats because they love to snuggle. I'll see you soon. There'll probably still be videos over the weekend because I don't have anything else to do. Quite frankly, and I'm all alone. So yeah, shit will happen. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the attention. Please do direct people to watch my channels and subscribe, particularly this one. If you want to help out anyone that you watch on YouTube, the big thing that you can do lately is to share, right? Because a lot of people are getting downrated and not being promoted by YouTube. So that's the big thing that you can do to help anyone on YouTube. And I'm not even saying for me, right? I'm saying for anybody. I'm very British and deeply uncomfortable with self-promotion and so on. But the biggest thing you can do to help any YouTuber that you like, that you follow, that you comment on is to share the content that they produce. That is the most helpful thing that you can do at the moment. I'm sure that'll change in the future, but that is the main thing. But yeah, various of you are saying good night. I will wish you a good night. I will see you all soon. And yeah, probably do this again next week. But after that, I won't be alone particularly, so I won't be able to indulge. So yeah, think up things you want to talk about for next week, and otherwise, yeah, I'll be around as per normal. Good night, everyone. Love you all. Care very much about you. Even the people that disagree with me, right? I care about you all very much. And that's not just because I'm drunk. It's just that being drunk allows me to express it. I appreciate your support. I mean, what else is there to say, really? Take care, everyone. Night, night.